Hey, good morning. Welcome back to docket number 220701. We're here for our late file evidentiary hearings in this matter. And we have an agenda in front of us today. I'll remind folks that we plan to take no more than a 30-minute lunch break both days to make sure that we have sufficient time to cover the material over the next 2 days, with tomorrow's evidentiary hearing set to start at 10 a.m. I imagine there are some administrative matters to begin, which I'll turn to in just a moment. I will remind all of our witnesses that they remain under oath from our evidentiary hearings, and I'll ask all of the attorneys for all the parties and interveners to bring to my attention if we have any new witnesses when they appear. So let's take any administrative matters before we begin, please. And I see Attorney Wheel approaching. Yeah, I think that one's not quite working.
Is it working now? Okay, thank you, Chairman. I have 3 administrative matters to note, and they all pertain to, I guess you could say, witness availability.
Okay.
We've just been trying to work out amongst the parties and with Ms. Lewis, trying to figure out whether and to what extent our witnesses need to be made available. So it's our understanding, after speaking to all the parties and Ms. Lewis, that no party had any cross for Mr. Mirzwa, who again lives in Maryland. So it's our understanding that Mr. Mirzwa won't be needed for the late file hearing. And also, it's our understanding that the authority does have cross for Mr. Colton, but we've been advised that that cross won't be necessary. The expectation is that Mr. Colton won't be needed until tomorrow. So that's what we've relayed to Mr. Colton as well. And the last issue is looking at the agenda, it looks like the OCC through me is the only party who's reserved any time for Mr. Rothschild, EOE's witness, who I see is in the room today. And I also relayed to Ms. Lewis that I don't need to take 5 minutes of Mr. Rothschild's time, particularly noting that nobody else reserved any time. I would have no objection if Mr. Rothschild seek to be excused. So I just wanted to inform the authority of that as well.
Okay, so let me take this one at a time so I make sure I don't miss it. Your understanding with respect to Mr. Colton, sir, is accurate. The authority has crossed for him, and we'll take that up tomorrow. So that is acceptable for him not to be here today.
Thank you.
The witness, Mirzwa, I accept your word, but let me just pause and see if there are any attorneys present who want to dispute whether they have cross for the OCC's witness, Mirzwa.
We have no cross-examination for him.
Okay, thank you. Any other party present or intervener? Okay, are there any objections to admitting Mr. Mirzwa's, I assume he sponsored a late file exhibit?
He did. There one late file exhibit, yeah.
Okay. Are there any objections to having Mr. Mirzwa submit an affidavit to introduce his late file exhibit, since he will not be here to attest to it? All right, seeing no objections, then Attorney Wheel, with respect to Mr. Mirzwa, he can be released. Please have him file an affidavit to attest to the accuracy of his late file exhibit, and we'll enter it into the record that way.
Yes.
Thank you. And then finally, with Mr. Rothschild, I appreciate that statement. I cannot flip through my notes quick enough to see if I have crossed for him. So I will accept that the OCC does not and cross that off, but I am not yet ready to excuse Mr. Rothschild, as I cannot confirm that I do not have cross at this moment. But I will take the opportunity to poll the parties who have reserved the right for Mr. Rothschild, and hopefully after lunch we can address that matter. So the Attorney Wheel, you are released unless you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Does the company who reserved the right for Mr. Rothschild have cross for him?
I expect I may have maybe 5 minutes, no more than that.
Okay, thank you. Well, that answers that question. We can certainly address with EOE whether Mr. Rothschild has a preference to try to go today or tomorrow. And I'll take that as a input from EOE after lunch. But we will not be releasing Mr. Rothschild at this time. Are there any other administrative matters? And actually, let me say, Attorney Wheel, if that changes your mind, meaning that at least one other party does have cross for Mr. Rothschild, I can leave you on there. It's up to you.
I'd like to reserve the right, but I'd have to.
Okay. Thank you. All right, Attorney Pace.
I did just have one administrative matter, just because it impacts the schedule, and that is at 10:30 this morning, motion number 38 was filed by an intervener asking for an additional hearing to be convened in January. And so we're happy to respond to that in writing, Chairman, if that's your preference, but I just wanted to, since it's asking for a new hearing date, we'd like the chance to respond. We can do that verbally if you want us to at your convenience, or we can do so in writing.
Thank you. I think we will take that up at the end of the day tomorrow. I have not had a chance to review that motion, but I did see it was filed. So I'll bring to all the parties and interveners attention motion. I'm sorry, Attorney Pace, you say it was 38, 58?
Yes, Chairman, it was motion number 38, or filed at 10:30 this morning.
Very good. Thank you, Attorney Pace. So I'd ask that attorneys for all the other parties and interveners familiarize themselves with that motion, and for administrative efficiency, we will take it up verbally tomorrow at the conclusion of the hearing, and I will solicit attorneys' positions on that motion. Thank you. Any other administrative matters before we begin this morning?
And just one final one, which is when I do have the witnesses adopt their late files, Ms. Zabo will identify 2 updates to the record.
Okay, very good. Okay. All right, then let's proceed. And Attorney Pace, for administrative efficiency, if it's okay with you, maybe we can have the witness panel adopt all the late file exhibits and identify the corrections at this time, so we don't have to pause with each panel.
Thank you very much, Chairman. And this panel has been sworn, so starting with Ms. Zabo, did you sponsor or co-sponsor any late file exhibits in this proceeding?
Yes,
Do you have any corrections or updates at this time?
I do.
Could you please identify those for the record?
Yes. So starting with late file 1, supplemental attachment 4, the company identified that we had incorrectly posted the same explanation on 2 line items. So the line item that needs to be corrected is depreciation expense. So if quick reference would be column A, schedule 3.21. And the explanation should state that it was updated depreciation expense to reflect plant additions through December 15th at 100% and 75%. And the second correction we have is with regards to late file 46. Within this late file, we were asked to quantify the number of internal audit reports for the 3 years prior to the acquisition with Eversource and the 3 years after the acquisition. The total number of reports is 16, and the company inadvertently reported the 2018 reports, which were 2, in the pre-merger. So the corrected number is 6 reports pre-merger, 10 reports post-merger.
And with those updates and corrections, do you adopt those materials as your sworn testimony under oath?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Next, Mr. Unger, did you sponsor or co-sponsor any late file exhibits in this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any corrections at this time?
Not at this time.
Do you adopt those materials as your sworn testimony under oath?
Yes, I do.
Next to Mr. Lawrence, did you co-sponsor late file exhibits in this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any corrections at this time?
No, I do not.
Do you adopt those materials as your sworn testimony under oath?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Morrissey, did you co-sponsor late file exhibits in this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any corrections at this time?
I do not.
Do you adopt those materials as your sworn testimony under oath?
I do.
Then finally, to Ms. Texera, did you co-sponsor any late file exhibits in this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any corrections at this time?
No, I don't.
And do you adopt those materials as your sworn testimony under oath?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and then finally to Mr. Ulrich. Mr. Ulrich, did you sponsor any late file exhibits in this proceeding?
I did.
Do you have any corrections at this time?
No,
And do you adopt those materials as your sworn testimony under oath?
I do.
Thank you, Chairman. That completes the adoption of the materials.
Thank you, panel. So we will turn to cross-examination regarding our first topic, the capital program and plant additions, lead service line replacement program and rate base. So we'll begin cross-examination of this panel on the associated late file exhibits with authority staff. Ms. Jewell, please. Thank you. And Ms. Jewell, if we can just there.
Okay, now it should work.
Thank you.
My name is Maria Schul. I am water engineer with Pura, and I would like to refer you first to late file 4, attachment 1, please. Okay, so in this attachment, we have summary of all projects, of plan accounts, etc. But I had difficult time to read this attachment, this table, because, for example, for mains, it was clear that this is the account number 343. But for example, like transmission and distribution, it took me some time to find out where this number, almost $10 million, come from. So would you be able to refile this attachment with exact numbers for accounts 340s?
So just to clarify, you want us to break down transmission distribution by those particular codes?
It would be everything what is mains, dams. So mains, you don't have much to change because this is just one account, 343. And dams would be the same. But for transmission and distribution, there are number of accounts that go into this amount, this almost $10 million. This same would be for IT. Meters are clear. Then a source of supply, it's a little bit unclear, so you would need to also break them down. And then general plan as well. So you need to submit the same table, but break it down the numbers so we don't have to go through 104 pages of all projects.
Blending accounts. We can do that. Sorry, I was just clarifying something.
Thank you. So this would be
I think
fundamental to
yes, if we can just ask Attorney Pace to refile late file exhibit 4
Yes.
with those codes. And I think we were also hoping that it would in doing that it would identify which of those projects was WICA eligible. So if you're filing an unlocked workable spreadsheet that we could filter by those account codes. And there's a definition in statute as to which projects are WICA eligible. Is that
So you just want us to flag which ones are WICA eligible within the spreadsheet?
right? Not specifically which ones have been submitted through a SAFE or anything, just which by the statutory definition are WICA eligible.
Okay.
Okay.
And Chairman, we'll mark that as late file 4, supplement 1, just to make clear that it's supplemental. And I just want to ask the witness, is it clear what Ms. Schul is looking for to make sure we can provide what she needs?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so now in late file 4, attachment 1, the big one where you have 104 pages. First, I need to clarify one thing. There is, in the column amount, there are negative numbers. What do they represent?
So the negative numbers would be a reclass from one project to another, typically.
So for example, like the first one in line, it's the evaluation and Putnam water treatment facility is negative $749.85. Where this would be reclassified?
Just 1 second, please. I would have to look that up to determine where it was reclassified to.
Oh, you have many of those projects. So in this supplemental to late file, would you clarify where those numbers go if they are negative? For one project, where this number went or this amount went?
So just to clarify, so where, and use the example you provided with the negative $749.85, you would like us to clarify where that was reclassed into?
Yes.
Okay, and for all of them that within the document?
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay. On the same page, project Oxford Well Number 7 upgrade is also the negative 9,150. So you would need to tell us where this went to.
correct. We'll do all of them,
All of them.
all in
All right,
throughout.
okay. On page 5, there is a project, Barge Row Water Main Phase 2. That's the third from the top, if you have on the same.
Just
on
one,
page
just
5.
one, just 1 second. Yeah, I just need to get there. Okay, I am there.
So this project cost almost $2.6 million. What was spent on this project?
Can you clarify the last statement? I just couldn't hear.
What the $2.6 million spent on this project?
Yeah, I can describe the project for you. So there's our barge reservoir, which is partially in Connecticut and partially in New York. We take water from that reservoir through a pump station up to our Rockwood Reservoir, which then conveys water to Putnam and to our Putnam treatment plant in Greenwich. There was a pipeline between our pump station and our Rockwood Reservoir that was built in 1904, and we replaced it. It was about 8,800 feet of 24-inch pipe through Stamford and Greenwich that was replaced. There was 2 phases of the project, so based on how long it took.
So this was the phase 2, right? And the project was completed on March 31st, 2022. Am I reading this correct?
Yeah, so there's multiple line items for phase 2 there, as you see, with different execution codes and or numbers, so they all add up and then broken down.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you. On page 9, there is a project, 11 levels water level improvements in Ridgefield. Actually, there are a bunch of them, but I'm interested in this amount of $1,440,000, almost $4,000. You know what was
Yep.
spent for.
I'm there, thank you. The 11 level project includes a pump station as well as distribution improvements, some betterments, and some water main replacement. to increase the capacity of that portion of our Ridgefield system. It's been a project that's been tried to solve a number of times over the years to address fire flow capacity as well as overall capacity.
Okay. On page 12, please. There is a Stratton Brook centralized treatment in Simsbury for almost $4.7 million.
So Stratton Brook centralized treatment is part of our Simsbury system. We consolidated a number of individual sources and centralized them and put in new treatment. So you would have in there the new treatment facility, which actually is in Stratton Brook, the park owned by the state of Connecticut. So again, that is the treatment, the associated water main improvements that needed to interconnect the individual sources. So we chose, instead of upgrading individual sources, but treatment was to consolidate them into one facility. And then we extended natural gas in to serve the generator in the facility, as well as other incidental work that went along with that. So
On page 14, please. It's Judah Green Wellfield Capital Improvement. And there was spent 220, first was spent 200, almost $224,000 on this project. And then on page 21, I think it's the same project where was spent $827,000. What was this spent on?
So Judea Green Wellfield and capital improvements is a couple different things. We've had coliform and at times E. coli on the raw water side, not on the finished water side. We implemented treatment improvements as well as storage improvements. That facility was extremely old, and really we put in new storage. There were old concrete tanks that needed to be replaced, and we needed to put new treatment in. And then we needed to address some easement issues with the owner as well. So that's what that project is. So that's what it is. So you refer to on page, what was the second page you referred to? 22? 21? Okay.
There's
So-
one on Judah Green, so it's 827,000 approximately.
Yeah, so the project was it was over $1 million. So I don't have the exact numbers. I'd have to capture them, but it was an extensive project.
Regarding water tanks rehabilitation, there are some numbers here too. So when tank is rehabilitated, how long can last? Can you tell me how much the life of the tank is extended?
There's a lot of factors in that. One, what's the condition of the tank when you started? So it also depends on, I guess, the amount of chlorine is in the tank as well as a bunch of other factors. But generally speaking, we rehabilitate our tanks every 20 to 30 years, depending on the condition as we monitor them. So you're extending the life of that tank another 20 or 30 years.
So altogether would be between 70 and 80 years tank can last?
Right, so when we will rehabilitate some steel tanks up until around, since they last, when they get to about 50, 60, 70 years, what you're doing is you're looking at when is the last time you're going to rehabilitate that tank. So we wouldn't rehabilitate typically an 85-year-old tank because that would make it 100 and something years. And so we're in that process now with a couple tanks looking to replace them instead of rehabilitating them and spending sometimes similar money due to the extensive work that would be required.
All right, let's go to page 51 and 52. there are many service line replacements. And those service lines are 1 inch or less. And some of the projects cost more than $10,000. For example, like the project service replacement in Fairfield, 1 inch cost $23,000, almost $500. Would you be able to explain why the service lines replacement is so expensive?
Just give me 1 second. So can you,
That's on page 51.
yep,
And this is in service line replacement in Fairfield, 1 inch. And the number is $23,472 and some cents.
yeah, I don't know that particular item individually.
Give us just 1 second.
So the service lines are broken down by town and size. So that particular line item at 23,000, I think you're referring to, could represent multiple services. I'd have to look into that in more detail to clarify that.
So when you update the attachment 1, would you please also give us a note how many service lines were replaced, were there only the company's service lines replaced, or also the customer side of the
Yeah,
service line?
these would be just company sides. So
On the company side?
yes.
Oh, okay.
So you would like a note clarifying the number of services where it says, for example, 23,000, how many are there, or on all of them?
Everything what is above $5,000. In some places you have even $48,000. So it would be good to know how many of them.
Yes, we can take care of that.
All right, okay. Late file 6, please. Oh. Yeah. So when you update the late file 4 also, would you give us depreciation of those projects? And what else?
The revenue requirement impact of any particular project. So that would be depreciation. I guess there's deferred income taxes that would be included in there also.
I think you might be able to see that more clearly if we were to refer to late file 1, supplemental attachment 1.
Supplemental attachment.
So I'm looking at the Excel, so I'll speak to the labels for the appropriate worksheets. And I thought if we wanted to first start on schedule or worksheet B2_0A, And we can link the late file 4 worksheet that we were just speaking to and kind of flow through the math and how that's reflected here in the revenue requirement.
That's on a project basis or?
It'll be at an asset class basis.
Ms. Saba, you said you're in attachment one.
Late file 1, supplemental attachment 1.
Okay, so the Excel file, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I'm getting an error code for accessing that in Lotus. Can we have the company refile that exhibit? I mean, were you able to download that? Is it just me?
Doing the same thing here.
Okay. Okay, can we ask that the company refile? It's marked LFE-1 supplemental attachment 1, 100% complete. Looks like there's an error code in Lotus.
Okay. While we're at it, can we just confirm that the file that's at 75% complete is, you have the same problem with that one as well?
I appear to be able to open other attachments in there, like supplemental attachment 3 opens.
Particular project. Yeah, so this adds up to the 91.
We're working to have someone who's back at the office see if they could upload that now.
Thank you.
Is it still worth, you want to walk through the hard copies and I can potentially walk you through that, or?
I don't have the hard copy
Okay.
either. So I guess.
So just big
ask-
picture, what I was going to try to show is within that worksheet, which is where the revenue requirement is calculated, there is the roll forward of plant and accumulated depreciation. And so when we're looking at the schedule that was just being discussed for the plant additions, which was the late file 4, we see that there was total additions of 94,897,000. That same value you'll be able to see in the late file 1 supplemental, broken out by plant categories, the same 98.4 million. And then that will then correspond to the accumulated depreciation schedule, where again, you'll see by asset class, the calculations there. So when I think about bridging the gap between late file 4 and late file 1, in the revised late file 4 that we're going to provide, we're going to provide the subtotals by each asset category, which was the request that we just heard, right? So we'll have a summary, and that itself will also then tie in exactly to how we've computed the accumulated depreciation roll forward in the revenue requirement.
So that would be by asset class. If under a hypothetical where a project is removed, we would not know the particulars of that project, correct? If we only have the asset class.
Well, I was thinking we could apply the same mathematical calculation that we've done at an asset class to the individual assets on late file 4. I think it might.
Sort of a composite,
Right.
right? Okay.
I'm thinking to apply this, like I said, the same mathematical exercise that we did on the asset class basis, we could apply perhaps to late file 4, because the subtotals then by asset class would correspond to what we have here.
And we would have something then for the individual components of the revenue requirement for each project, if you did that composite.
So I would definitely have the components in terms of depreciation expense, but accumulated depreciation, we do it on a group level. I'd have to give some thought to if we'd be able to reflect that appropriately.
Yeah, so it would be geared towards us having the information if any particular project was to be removed from the plant and service account. We need the numbers,
What the impact would be.
what the revenue requirement components are of that specific project. Okay.
Okay, I'm just thinking further down the line in terms of like property tax.
Yeah, well, I believe in rate year one anyways, it wouldn't be, is there, what I guess it depends on when it went into service, right? Anything in service currently or within the past prior
That's
to
true, yeah,
last
this-
October wouldn't be impacted.
Correct, yep,
Okay.
good point.
Can I just clarify for the record so that the company is going to endeavor to refile while we're here, just so it's on the record, late file one, supplemental one, attachment one.
Correct.
But then in addition to that, Mr. Vocalina would like us to do the additional analysis, and just to mark that, we're going to call that supplement two, right? Late file one, supplement two, to make clear it's incremental information we're providing. I just want to ask Ms. Zabo, is it clear what's being requested?
I was actually thinking that the request in terms of the impact by project would be captured in the late file 4
Okay.
There's another
supplement.
Okay, and just, Attorney Pace, to clarify, I think we're having the issue, the error upload issue with late file exhibit 1, both the supplemental attachment 1 and the supplemental attachment 2.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. So, in terms of the, late file exhibit supplement that we've requested so far this morning, we've only requested late file exhibit 4 to be supplemented, but there's a couple of different subparts to that supplement. So we're all on the same page.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
One more question regarding late file 4. In mains that you submitted, this $42 million. Are there any mains that would qualify as WICA projects, but you submitted them as capital improvements?
Yes, there's WICA eligible projects in there that have not gone into for WICA, but they were captured in the rate case.
So in this supplemental number 4, would you also make annotation that if this project would be WICA eligible,
Absolutely.
it would not be in capital as treated as capital project?
If it's wicked. Yeah, I think we covered that.
Yeah, I think that's what I inartfully asked for.
We had that, right?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, thank you. And late file 6, please. Okay, in the attachment 1, the company submitted WICA projects in this attachment that were also notifies us where service lines replaced on customer side of service line. And the project starts with number 957. 957. That's what I have in front of me. But all projects submitted as WICA eligible, approved WICA eligible projects start with number 190. So between number 190 and 957, there are 24 projects as WICA projects submitted for approval here. My question is, did you have any service line replacements on customer side for those 24 projects that I don't see here on this attachment 1?
I just want to clarify your question. So in this attachment, we are showing starting on number 957. And your question is, do we have customer service line replacements for 24 projects between what numbers did you say?
Oh, the first one that you submitted as WICA project was 190, and then there are a number of them, and It ends at 9:50, I believe, 9:56. So in attachment 2 on page 2, where is explanation of those projects, you provide information about all these projects starting with 190. But on the first page, everything starts with number 957. So on page 1, I believe that there are missing 24 projects.
I see,
Or-
I see what you're saying, yeah.
Or if you didn't have any service line replaced on customer side for those projects, then you would be okay. I don't know this.
I'm just looking at the projects. Give me 1 second, please. I think it'd be best if we update it and provide it to you. I don't think there is any customer service material, but I would want to clarify that.
So may I ask for update of late 506 page 1? Attachment 1.
Okay. So, page 1 of late file exhibit 6, attachment 1, is the company clear about the clarification that is being sought?
Sorry, I was writing a note.
I was, apologize. I was just asking if you were clear on the clarification that is being sought.
Yes, I am.
Okay,
We'll just update the spreadsheet but it'll be quick.
thank you.
For project 971. Would you be able to tell me how many services were replaced on customer side? Because it's just saying non-conforming services corrected.
Yeah, I'll put it in the update. I think I know the number, but I wouldn't want to misspeak.
All right.
It's
so
either
the-
1 or 2. I just don't want to misspeak.
All right, so the same would be for project 977.
Yeah, we'll clarify where we didn't put a number.
All right, okay. And if you have a cost, how much it costs just to reinstall those service lines? It would be good. Okay, in late file 1 supplemental attachment 1, this would be schedule B-2.08 fees.
Just give us a second.
Okay.
Okay.
Regarding water treatment, what kind projects were done between August 31st of this year until now that the water treatment cost was increased by almost $11.5 million? So if I can help you, it's on August 31st, there was 321 $3,823,459, and now is $333,262,624. But now if you wanna search exact number.
Just one second, I want to look at something. I'm just looking at the list, I apologize.
Well, while Dan's looking that up, I'll just add just at a high level, the application, which was a pro forma as of August, included estimates for projects being completed from the test year through August of 2022. And the supplemental update is for actual projects completed as of November 30, 2022, plus 100% complete through December 15th. So it'll be a combination of if there were any changes from the assumptions at the time of the application, if a project timeline, if it shifted, could be providing some of the variance as well as the projects that were completed during that post-August timeframe. I guess what I'm trying to say is it's not going to be a clean answer to just look at September, October, November activity and say, this is what the difference is all comprised of, because you could also just have movement in the timing that was assumed at the time of the application, since that August number was a pro forma amount.
Any question? Okay, so next one is transmission and distribution plan, which is almost $34 million more than what was submitted in August 31st. Because in August, you had 1,091,352,393, and now for December, December is 1,125,245,910. So the difference between them is approximately 34 million.
Yeah, we're just looking at it right now. I will say, just in general, during the summer months, we had a real tough time getting materials on the water main. So projecting end of August would have been, at that time, projecting out would have been a pretty dim view of what we might end up completing. Sometime early September, water main materials became available all of a sudden. So all the projects that were sitting there waiting to start went into motion. But I can't give, I'd have to give you a list and identify that. That's not just one project that happened. It's a myriad of things that happened.
Chairman, one thing we can offer to address Majul would be, we'd be happy to provide, a supplement to that particular late file that provides the information that she's looking for. And so would that be acceptable to Majul?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, sorry, we are on lead file exhibit 6 still. Is that accurate? No.
This is. So this would be late file 1, supplemental attachment 1, schedule B-2A.
And we do want that detail?
So details for water treatment and for transmission and distribution plant.
So we can provide that update as part of late file 4.
Just go with late file 4. So we will go with late file 4.
Okay. So I think we're gonna, we don't need the information. I appreciate the offer to supplement, but I think we're gonna get what we need through the supplement to lay file exhibit 4 that we've already requested. So no need to do anything further there. Thank you. Okay,
That's all my.
thank you. All right. Very good. Mr. Vagalina.
Good afternoon, Jim Bacalino with Jura staff. Just have a few questions on the lead service line program. And just to summarize, it's okay. Let's start with late file 9. Going through the hearings, there appears to be a lot of unknowns and still parts of the lead service line replacement program that are to be determined. Is that fair to say?
It's a fair statement.
Okay. Things like, okay, I'll just go over a few. We did discuss the warranty issue, the contract with the customer, costs associated with unusual site indemnification, and then you have the funding and the loan forgiveness issue, which is an unknown. Is that right?
This time, yes.
Okay. And the company originally requested 11.6 million, which I'll refer to as a cap on lead service line spending, which goes through 2026. And does that still seem reasonable with all of the unknowns that the program has, and the work in progress nature of it.
I just want to look at something.
Sure.
You're talking about service line replacement itself, correct?
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. You're talking
Like
about just
asking here.
the replacement of service lines, correct?
Yes, it was $11.6 million. I believe it was in the capital plan, and that goes back to the original application. Well, okay, yeah, you've broken it down here. Table 1 of, I guess, late file 9 is exactly, or is also a revision of RRU 232. If I'm not mistaken.
Right, so the table at the bottom of updated RRU 232 is the 11.6 million?
Yes.
With the breakdown you requested?
Right, and that's why we got the $11.6 million figure, which was a line item in
Yep.
your capital plan. Okay, so just going back to the question, you sought deferral of these costs until the next rate case, and I'll call the $11.6 million a cap. That's the number that you put out there. Does that number still seem appropriate with some of the items that we've gone through in the hearings, and that includes the amount of service lines that could reasonably be expected to get accomplished in a year, as well as pothole investigations and the funding issue also. Really, the crux of the issue is, in order to avoid we would not want to see extremely large deferral, and we'd like to have it kept somewhat according to what the company could anticipate in the next 3 or 4 years. What would that number be compared to $11.6 million that you originally proposed?
So if we're looking at supplement RU 232 supplemental,
Yes.
in the table, right, we have 23, 24, and 25 is about 7.9 million, I believe. Again, this particular estimate is, if you recall, when you read this, is based on full lead service replacement as it's lead on the customer side and lead on the company side. That's the scenario we looked at. And in this case, we would believe we had a conversation with Connecticut DPE yesterday on the SRF application and trying to sort through some details that we'll be seeing, some reasonable loan forgiveness that would be SEAC. So this number does not reflect any of that.
Correct.
So if you said we can get up to 49% of loan forgiveness, if we were able to get that, and we did submit for socially vulnerable areas and meet that criteria, then we should be in that 40 to 49% range. So that would only represent roughly half of that.
So you'd be, okay, understood. A number maybe more, half of $11.6 million.
That is our hope.
Yes, okay. Our hope too. So. I believe it was mentioned that one grant award needs to be completed before you file another for the same activity. Is that correct? Do I have that correct? For instance, you have the 136 lead service lines that you filed a grant application for that I think you got approval for. You don't know what the amount of subsidy or loan forgiveness will be, but do those 136 have to be completed before you file another grant application for another set of lead service lines? No?
Not from my understanding. Our intention is to apply again in February for the next set.
Okay.
But you also don't have to finish it in 1 year either.
Okay, that
makes
may be
any
the
sense.
difference. So
Yeah.
you can have overlapping.
Yeah, I think
Grants.
they'd want to see your progress, if that makes any sense.
Yes. Okay. Now those specific 136 were, I believe we we refer to them as targeted, you know who the customers are. And now going forward, is it envisioned that for main replacement and emergency work, Aquarion will submit applications for non-targeted lead service line replacements? And for instance, if you're replacing a main, is there flexibility when you come across several lead service lines that you don't have to have these targeted? They can be non-specific. I guess non-targeted would be the word.
So, yeah, so in our water main replacement program right now, we're replacing somewhere between 1,100 and approximately 1,300 services a year. I think in the last couple of years, we've only run across a few lead services on the customer side where we worked with the customer at that point. And I can't remember which piece of the testimony it was in. We talked about working with communities to try to get them to have some funding available for the customer side in those situations. And then in an emergency or a situation where that customer's not going to pay for that, after October 2024, we cannot do a partial replacement. So we would have to replace the whole service with funding or without funding, or I couldn't complete the water main project. So there's going to be isolated situations we may need to do that, but our hope is we can find funding on ourselves or get the communities to have funding to address the customer side, and we would address the company side on those isolated situations.
Yeah, I think you answered my next question. So you're doing a main replacement, you come across lead on the customer side. That has to be done, otherwise the main installation can't take place.
Right now, we do, if we run across a galvanized main service on the other side of a lead main or something like that, or a lead, we actually put it on a temporary service, temporary to work with the customer. And that probably would have to be the way, because even if the community had received some funding, we'd have to go through that process as well.
Okay. And in that scenario, I guess going back to my previous question, sure, maybe you didn't answer this, but are you able to get funding for lead service lines that aren't specific? You come across these mains, these service lines on the customer side that are non-targeted. Do you have a pool of, I guess, lead service line replacements that you can perform under a grant as you come across them?
We haven't applied that way for the 136, excuse me, we are going to look at that and discuss that with the Department of Public Health, because it would be useful for us to have the ability to have, another 15 available on the customer side, undefined. And we can do that with the map. You have to have at least 49, I think it's 49%, forgive me if I got this wrong, within a socially vulnerable area. The remainder can be really anywhere. So we should be able to do that going into next year's application.
Okay, so that's, you
That's-
propose something like that going in?
Yeah, we've had a lot of conversations. We had one yesterday again with the Department of Public Health on the state revolving fund side to understand kind of flexibility we can get. Right now, they're looking for what we're going to do, for this coming year.
Okay. Quickly on the postcard QR code program, are any of those costs included in table 1?
No.
No. Okay. And that's still a program the company's considering?
Considering we're going to do a pilot, small pilot, just to see how successful it is. One thing to think about and why we would do that pilot is it could be significantly less expensive than having to do investigative work or send people to homes or things like that. It's the only reason we would do it if it was more efficient.
Sure. Okay. Meter replacement and pothole investigations are the main source that you look to gather information for customer side, the unknowns.
Primarily, and as well as that we would do the postcard program if that was.
If the postcard program, if you take that on. Now, does the meter replacement scheduling coincide with areas that could be the most susceptible to having lead service lines? In other words, are these areas targeted for meter replacement in the next several years to where the company is able to get that information simply from replacing the meter as opposed to other more expensive methods?
Right, so the process we're going through literally right now is that particular process of where are we gonna replace the water main? Where the meter's gonna be replaced over the next 5 years. We're thinking the next 5 years as a point. If it's in year 14, we might wanna move that up, depending on its proximity. If it was in a socially vulnerable area, we may say, okay, let's wanna do that. If it's not, we may not. So we're trying to correlate the periodic meter replacement with water main replacement, with anything else that's going on, and prioritize and optimize how to get that data.
In order, again, to avoid the cost of
To avoid digging
investigation.
something up. So if I can get that information without digging it up, I definitely want to do that. So,
Okay. And generally, so the pothole investigation is around $1,000.
right now, yes, we got it under 1,000 once, yes,
Okay.
for 1 year.
Compared to a meter replacement, what does that?
Well, for the course of identifying the material, then it's a periodic meter replacement. There's no additional cost. So that's,
Okay, so, yes. And just going back to the 49% rule, socially vulnerable areas. So this, whenever you file a grant, it's a conscious effort to make sure that that threshold is met.
so we actually had to provide maps of the areas we work, showing the SVI areas, socially vulnerable area, indexed areas.
Mhm, okay. And is it the way that those maps laid out and those two populations, do you foresee the company ever running into a situation where it can't submit a grant that has a 49% vulnerable?
I would think in the short term, no, if that makes any sense. The program right now is only a 5-year program, so we're trying to optimize and use that program for 5 years.
Okay. Okay, so yes, another question I had. So for the 5-year program, is that specific to the lead service line program through the DWSRF?
That's the funding that came through the Biden infrastructure bill as a 5-year program. So
Okay.
all of those things are wrapped into that, lead service line replacement and identification being one component.
Okay, thank you. Those are all the questions I have.
Thank you. Any other authority staff questions at this time? No. Very good. Attorney Wheel, let's try to squeeze you in before we take a break, please.
Chairman?
Yes.
I just wanted to let you know, the company refiled late file 1, supplemental attachment 1 and attachment 2. We also sent it to the case coordinator just in case we have a similar issue with filing it electronically.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I saw it come through. My guess is that any file that has the percent sign in the file name might be disrupting Lotus. So that's probably what it was.
Okay, should we refile it?
The link is not live yet, so I can't see it.
Okay.
But if the case coordinator has a copy, then I'm sure we can rectify it.
Sorry to interrupt, but I want to confirm that is a problem.
Okay.
There's nothing wrong with the file, but anything that file name will not show up on the web.
Thank you. And if I'm following that train of thought, I think late file exhibit 4 might have had an attachment that had a percentage in the file name. So if we could double check that too, please. Thank you. Okay, I appreciate the company's assistance with that. So if we can turn to cross-examination from OCC, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I actually only have one question for this particular panel. So hopefully we'll be able to squeeze it in before the break. It's pertaining to late file exhibit 3. And the question, well, it's kind of one question in two parts. The first part being, it looks like the late file was asking for an explanation for the high break rates, and I see the response noting the number of breaks in each of these systems, but just curious if there's any more information about the causation for why, if the company knows why the Hollandaise Estates system had 2 breaks in the test year and Meadowbrook had 5.
Yeah, I can give a little clarity on that. The Meadowbrook system is some failing ductile iron main, early 90s ductile iron main. There was some manufacturing issues during that period of time. Not sure if that's exactly, but the soil conditions and the bedding of the material is resulting in basically the pipe bridging and then breaking. Hollandale is some cast iron main. I couldn't give you a specific answer on why it's breaking, other than, you know, it's in the same general vicinity. And our experience is when you have a cast iron main that breaks in one area and then it breaks 20 feet away, it just means the area is being disrupted, and, you know, at some point it stops. But did look at that, as we say, and we'll address the matter.
And that was the second part of my question, is that I see, you know, the second part of the late file was how the company plans to resolve the high break rates. And it looks like the response indicates that the plan is to replace the main, but I was just curious if there are more details about what exactly about replacing, like, what's the company going to do to ensure that the same break rate doesn't occur to the new main?
So just go through the Meadowbrook system. We are in the middle of replacing now. Most of the main has been replaced with high density polyethylene pipe in lieu of ductile iron, because of some of the soil conditions being a little more corrosive, to be conservative. So that addresses that particular situation. On the Hollandale Estates water system, looking at the conditions of the roadway, there isn't any localized brooks or, you know, areas like that. And it is a very isolated area where the breaks occurred. It's within, I think, 100 feet of each other, which just, again, means to me there has been a break before in that same vicinity, that the pipe is just disrupted and needs to be addressed.
Okay. Just one follow-up. You mentioned the soil conditions for Meadowbrook in both responses. Is that the soil is, and you mentioned bridging, is that because the soil is loose so that there just isn't appropriate kind of pressure under, but not an engineer, obviously, that there's a gap between below the pipe, so if there's pressure coming from the top, it causes a break? Or the reason I'm asking is that you also mentioned corrosive conditions for the soil. So I'm just curious, I'm just trying to understand, is it a chemical issue or a physical issue with the soil?
Typically, corrosive means pH of the soil, and typically when you get down near a river or water body, you can have like peat, you know, wetland related, and that'll corrode the outside of the pipe. Bridging happens when a main wasn't installed properly, embedded properly, and you get somewhat of a gap, if you will, beneath the pipe, and the weight of the road and all the other things, essentially it functions like a bridge, and it's not supposed to. So we call it bridging. Doesn't take much. It could just be loose backfill. So.
Okay. Thank you. Those are all my questions for this panel. I'll be back for the O&M panel, though. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's move to across from New York Municipalities, Attorney Dichter.
Good morning, Joel Dichter on behalf of Howdy. Is that better?
Yes, thank you.
I have two questions about the Southwest Regional Pipeline Project and trying to understand where it stands and what is what in your presentations today. First of all, on late file exhibit 61, there was an issue related to construction work in progress. And if I understand your response correctly, that project was attributable to one project and was allocated in a fashion that you've now adjusted in the filing. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you've now carried over that adjustment, a small adjustment. You carried that adjustment over into OCC 101 supplemental that you filed.
That's correct.
Okay. And that would be shown in the red highlights on that filing?
Yes, there's a lot of information in that worksheet, so we just noted in both red font as well as highlighting the tabs in red that were affected by that change.
Okay. If you could turn to OCC 101 supplemental attachment 1, page 1 of 1.
Yes.
It shows their rate base, and that figure is in red. So there was an adjustment to that figure?
Which line are you on?
It's the SWRP cost of service to Greenwich page. And it shows a rate test year, fiscal year 2021, it shows a rate base of $13,475,339.
Yes, sorry, I was on the wrong page.
That's okay. And that's in red. Can you tell me what changed there?
Yes, so that is the support for that is on the tab next to it. So if you go to SWRP 2021 rate base, and if you were to look at the, we don't have the lines listed here, but it's the second to last line, the contribution, which is where the SEAC is.
Right.
It's the allocation of that $3.2 million. It's now being allocated at 34.9%. And you can see that that is an agreement with the allocation of the Wilton Road pump station, which is what the SEAC corresponded to.
Okay. And if we could stay on that tab, you have there, and this was discussed with your staff a little bit, there's an item called Stamford Project 4-1, Phase 1 and 2 for $12.3 million rounded. Is that related to Southwest Regional Project? Is that the barge transmission? Can you clarify what that is? Mr. Lawrence?
Absolutely. So the Stanford project went from basically the border of Darien down to Berrien Road in Stanford, and allows water to move across Stanford through a 24-inch main in lieu of having to go through the system. Allows a place for water to go during all seasons.
Okay, so this is separate from the barge transmission replacement that went
Correct.
from the barge to Rockwell.
Correct. This is a finished distribution main.
Okay, and is this in service?
Yes.
And I noticed in late file exhibit 7, there's a few small projects totaling of about $6,000 related to this item, and then has various in-service dates. So when you have an in-service date on late file exhibit 7, that's for that individual line item in service, not necessarily for the project as a whole. Is that correct? If you want to reference, it's lines 5989 to 5993 on late file exhibit 7, which is a list of projects for 2022.
We'll just give the witness a moment to find those lines. Thank you.
Okay.
I apologize. I was looking at the spreadsheet when you were asking the question. Could you just clarify your question for me one more time?
Sure. Those small projects listed on late file exhibit 7 are related to this same Stanford 4.1 project?
So you're referring to the Brookside Drive, Greenwich, and all of that?
Yes.
No, those are not the same projects.
Even though it's listed under the heading of Stanford 4.1-1?
Hang on, we may be looking at two different things.
Look at line 5989 to 5993. It's a long exhibit.
I apologize. I was looking at two different things.
Okay.
So 5989 Stanford 4-1, there's four line items related to some costs. And then, yeah, you have some below that's other components.
And for each of those line items, I see some differing in-service dates. So that's the in-service date for when that particular line item was completed, as opposed to when the project as a whole went into service.
Yeah, I'm just looking at, I apologize.
That's
'Cause
okay.
There's two
Take your time.
phases. Yeah, there's two phases. So phase 2, there should be in-service dates. We did have, there's some small numbers looking at, but there was the water main and then there was a regulator at the end to modulate the pressure.
And how does this project tie into project 2.1, which I think is the 2 phases of building a main from where? From Bridgeport to Darien, I think. Is that right?
Project 2-1 goes from our tanks in Wilton, we refer to as our Belden Hill tanks, down to what we refer to as the high point of our regional pipeline, which is in New Canaan. So 4-1 is in Stanford, more west, and 2-1 is coming from Wilton down. So that's increasing the capacity of that particular main. 4-1 was extending a larger main across the system to move water across the system.
On that, going back to OCC1 supplemental, it shows under pipeline a figure of $9.8 million. So that's unrelated. Is that related to what? Can I ask a question too? On this sheet, it shows to the left of the description, it gives letter numbers. One has a P, here it has a D, E, F, G. What is that? I'm not sure what that relates to. What is that referencing to?
It's an irrelevant reference to what's presented here. It was some supporting detail for other worksheets that were used in compiling this.
Okay, were those work papers filed or no?
No.
Okay. Would those work papers answer my question of what's comprised of this $9.6 million?
We'd have to verify whether we had provided the detailed plant listing as part of the discovery process here, or part of our audit process. This is a balance as of December 2021. So
Right.
behind that value is all of the company's plant in service as of that date, something we refer to as our continuing property records, and it would have been, I know it was definitely provided in some context during this case. I just don't recall whether it was during the audit or part of the discovery process here.
Okay. Well, if you could provide that information, it'd be very helpful. Thank you.
So Chairman,
request.
what I would propose would be that can we take it currently as a read-in, if that would be acceptable? And over the lunch break, we can see if we can find the information. But if we're not able to, we'll identify that and request permission to submit a supplement to this particular interrogatory response. Would that be an acceptable next steps, Chairman?
Yes, thank you.
Just as a point of clarification, we're just looking to explain what the 9.6 million is, or you're looking for a relationship between the 9.6 million and late file 7? Because late file 7 was investment after 2021, and what's presented here is only investment through 2021.
All right, right. I would like to know, well, this number, you're not updating 9.6 here in this case, are you? Or are you updating it with?
We have not proposed an update to the components of this calculation beyond the 2021 test year.
Okay. Speaking of with,
So I'm sorry.
so the answer is yes, yeah, just a breakdown of 9.6 will be fine. Thank you. With respect to the project 2-1 that we were discussing a minute ago, has work started on that?
Yes.
Okay, is phase 1 in process now?
A portion of phase 1 is in process and a portion of phase 2 is in process.
Okay. Have you any update on projected completion and service dates for that project?
Right now, we're scheduled to complete in 24.
Okay.
We're hoping to complete in 23, but more likely 24.
Okay. Thank you. That is all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, we are going to take our lunch break, and when we get back from our lunch break, we will check in on that read-in. But just so I know who's up when we get back, if I could check with the remaining parties about whether they have crossed for this panel. Attorney Marshall, do you know whether you'll have crossed for this panel? Thank you. Attorney Wright? Thank you. Attorney Alexander or Attorney Sherry? Thank you. So I just have a few questions for this panel. So when we get back, I'll check on the read-in, and then I'll check with my colleagues, and then we can do any redirect for this panel. So it is 12:30 on the dot. So if you can come back in 30 minutes, appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, Attorney Pace, if you're ready, maybe we can start with whether we have the read-in or need to supplement with the late file.
So, Mr. Lawrence, in reference to the reading that was requested regarding the $9.6 million that was discussed by Attorney Dickner in cross-examination, do you have a supplement to provide at this time, or would you need to be able to submit that in writing?
No, I think
Did it get?
we're good.
Thank you.
Sometimes, right? It represents historical actuals. It was provided in the previous docket that approved the new formula. It includes pipeline related to the Southwest Regional Pipeline from the 1980s and 1990s, and our Wilton Road Pump Station, and some other distribution improvements. So.
And Chairman, just to clarify for the record, when he said the other docket, he's referring to 1912-27, which was petition of AQUARION Water Company of Connecticut for approval of amended cost allocation methodology under an existing water supply agreement with Suez Water Westchester. I just wanted to make that clear.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so before we move to our next panel, we'll take questions from the bench and allow for any redirects. Commissioner Karen, any questions for this panel?
No, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. I just have a few. I want to talk a little bit more about meters, and so I think we're probably at late file exhibit 5 and 11. So I can give the witnesses a moment to reference those exhibits, and then I'll actually, it might have been Miss Texera was the witness, but my questions are more about the meters themselves, so I don't. Okay, so late file exhibit 5, I had a question about that we had in the late file about the percentage of meters located inside versus in meter pits. And then relatedly in late file exhibit 11 asked for a breakdown of meters scheduled and tested historically. And I guess together, my question is whether the company foresees that percentage of inside versus outside meters remaining constant, or is there any efforts or plans or benefits to shifting those percentages one way or the other?
Go ahead.
There's not a definitive plan. We have started moving towards outdoor meter pits, but there is a challenge to it because in the end, it becomes the property of the customer. So we have to get a sign off from the customer saying that they accept ownership of that meter pit and the maintenance of that meter pit going forward. So there's a process there, and all customers are willing to sign off on that responsibility.
Okay, so would you attribute what you just said to be true across all customer classes, or is that more true for residential or more true for commercial?
Well, the bigger ones would definitely be much more expensive for us to make that big of a change. Mm-hmm. The commercial public authority, they're pretty much set, and it'd be a significant cost to make that change. So probably not much change in that regard. We would like to see residential become more towards meter pits because there's a benefit of that. Is the water is any leakage on their service in their front yard would be after the meter, and it wouldn't be part of the non-revenue water. So there's a benefit, and they now have an incentive to address it as well. But like I said, it requires them taking ownership and responsibility of that meter pit, which they're not always willing to do.
Thank you. And when you say you'd like to see the residential customers move more outside, is that hold true for both single and multifamily, or one versus the other?
I think that's consistent. It like we've talked about the last time around non-revenue water. A big component of non-revenue water is after the curb stop, and it will allow us to remove that from that calculation. And like I said, the customers have more motivation themselves to fix those services.
Thank you. And in the instant application, has there been an assumption that just a few questions ago, I asked if you had made any specific projections about how these percentages would shift. So just to clarify, is the application pending before us assume a constant percentage of inside versus outside, or is there any allowance, which is maybe not the right term here, but any allowance for costs associated with moving an inside meter to outside in the capital program, for example?
The application hasn't made any of those assumptions. Everything that's in the application is actual plant and service, so there aren't any projected capital costs within the request here.
Right. Okay. Thank you. So, so more specifically focused on the late file exhibit 11, and I thank the company for providing the breakdown from 2013 to 2021. So, basic clarifying question, which I understood from the main hearings, from the evidentiary hearings, to be that scheduled and tested were used as synonyms here. So there is no meaning that in this chart, each meter was scheduled for replacement and tested at the time it was removed, right? There's none that were just tested and put back.
No, all of these meters, the bigger meters will have stayed in place. They're tested in place and maintained in place, but the 5-inch, the 1-inch and smaller would be pulled out, tested, and replaced with a new meter.
Okay, so that top line only are the ones that were tested and replaced.
Correct.
Okay.
In general, there might be a few on the other lines, but it would be a small number.
Okay, thank you. So the late file exhibit also asked for a projection for the next 10 years, which I think was provided in the narrative response here. And I just want to clarify, the last sentence says that the projected annual meter testing replacement for the next 10 years will be approximately 16,000 meters. So I take it 16,000 per year, accurate, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so does the company have any reason, so the same kind of percentage proportionality question that I just had on late file exhibit 5, but now on the meter size issue, the 16,000 projection moving forward, would it be fair to assume that those are going to be dispersed in the same meter size categories roughly that are shown here? Or do you heavily weight it towards one meter size, or?
It's based on when that meter has been historically last changed. So we looked at, which ones are due and kind of flatlined it over the next 10 years, but the proportion between the sizes would remain similar. Because the larger meters, they're tested on a shorter time frame.
Okay.
So those meters are, I believe they're on a 4-year cycle, and they would not be included in that 16,000 number. So the 16,000 would apply to the smaller meters.
The 1 inch and smaller?
Yes.
Okay, so for purposes of these discussions, anything like in row 9 to 12, those are considered not small meters or larger meters?
Correct.
Okay, so the 16,000 then, I'm hoping that you can talk me through that projection a little bit more and maybe the reasonableness of it. I understand from the evidentiary hearings that there was a dip in the historic replacement of these due to COVID. But I think the data on this actually shows that downward trend started. I mean, it decreased every year since 2013. And I see it's picked back up in 2021. I'm looking for a little bit more explanation of how you got to 16,000 based on just to the historic replacement of these meters.
So historic, it's, as you go through a big meter change program, as we went to, we replaced a lot of meters, you'll generally do those over a couple year period. So it kind of creates a dip, a high point where you replace a lot of meters, and then over time, you get, it kind of levels out. And then you'll see over time as the replacements come back up again, we based on whether we can get into the year that we want to, we might get in a year earlier because we're trying to get, we're in a neighborhood and we see some other houses. So it starts taking that bell and spreading it out. And I think what you're seeing is there was a bell where there was a high point, it flattened out, but now we're getting back into a period where combined with the historic natural bell curve on top of the dip, where we have a more consistent number going forward.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. So I understand that meters may meet the definition of a WICA eligible project. So my question is, the meters that are depicted in late file exhibit 11, can you recall whether any of those meters were sought for WICA recovery, or if we're talking about meters that were placed as part of your capital expenditures?
My understanding is that the meters are not eligible for WICA, and would not have been included.
They're not. They're not. Okay.
We have not included them in our WICA filings.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Can we turn to, actually, we don't need to turn to it, but I just want to talk about late file exhibit 1 for a moment. And Attorney Pace, I don't know if this is so much a question for your witness as just a question or comment that I have for you. So when I was reviewing late file exhibit request 1's response, I see the prompt was any corrections identified by the company during discovery or hearings. And what I think I see in the late file exhibit request number 1, especially now that I can access the extra attachments, is a lot of a significant doubling of plant and significant O&M additions that were added to the application from August 31st to December 15th. So I think my question is, can we refile late file exhibit 1 with just the corrections or agreed upon revisions to the original application? Does that make sense?
Your question is very straightforward, and I can offer my perspective when my clients approached me in terms of advising on what to submit for late file 1. And so I think the increases in plant additions would have come from the update we were asked to provide in late file 4, where the company was asked to identify plant addition updates using the criteria the authority specified. In addition to that, advising my clients, I said that if there were material adjustments that happened during the course of the discovery process, we're submitting the information to the authority to be a part of the record, and the authority can attribute whatever weight the authority thinks appropriate, just to make the authority aware of the fact. And I'll give one example. And so when the company put the case together, they were relying upon information regarding the cost of electricity. But during the course of the case, there was a filing by Eversource that identified the increase in the cost of electricity. And so therefore, it was my recommendation to my clients to make the authority and docket participants aware of that update while discovery was going on, make the panel available for cross-examination for any questions that the authority or other docket participants had, and the authority would give whatever weight it felt appropriate to that major update that occurred while the discovery process was open.
I appreciate that perspective. I think I would not agree that the discovery process was open since discovery closed on November 14th. But I take your point about the we have closed the record as of tomorrow. But I think my question is, I'm having a hard time personally separating what I'm reviewing in late file exhibit 1 that is attributable to just a pure correction or revision that was identified during discovery to the original application versus what I would characterize as new information that has not been subject to the discovery process. So is there a way to separate those two? So we would have the company's original response to late file exhibit 1, but is there a way to refile late file exhibit 1 with just corrections and updates to the original application?
I think we can do that, but we'd like the authority just to keep the following point in mind, at least from our perspective. So to respond to the chairman's question, can we submit a supplement to the late file that says the following are just simply mathematical corrections that were identified by the parties or self-identified during the discovery process? We can certainly do that. But then the other argument we'd like the authority to please keep in mind would be that at least it's our position as the rate case applicant that while the record is open, we do have an opportunity to supplement the record as long as we file it in writing and it's available for cross-examination by the authority and docket participants. And so we feel that the company does have an ability to be able, in a contested case, to submit evidence for the authority's consideration. It's subject to cross-examination. It was submitted as a late file. Then the authority would evaluate the evidence and decide whatever weight to give to that evidence in rendering its draft decision and its final decision.
I appreciate that. And I think we can certainly, defer to the parties and interveners for the opportunity to comment on that prompt in briefs. I'm not suggesting that we're going to strike it from the record at this time. So if we can proceed with a supplement to late file exhibit 1.
Yes, we can do that, Chairman.
Thank you. Okay. One moment. Let me just. Okay, so I think that addresses my questions for this panel. So Attorney Pace, would you like a brief recess to consider redirect?
I could please have 5 minutes in the hallway.
Okay,
Thank you.
we'll recess for 5 minutes. Okay, Attorney Pace?
Thank you, Chair. If I could, we wanted your permission first just to start with the discussion that the chairman and I had just regarding the scope of the supplement to late file one, because I had a chance to speak about it with my clients during the brief recess. And what my clients reminded me of was the fact that during the course of this proceeding, there were a number of situations where during the course of cross-examination by various parties, the company would respond to a request for update by saying, we'll provide that update in our response to late file exhibit one. I'll give a for example. When we had the cross-examination regarding the company's pension expense, the company was asked to provide an update, which we did. In this case, the number actually went down to the benefit of customers. So it'd be our expectation that during the course of the case, where the company was asked questions, can you provide an update? And the company said, yes, we'll provide that either as a update to late file one, or we actually produced it in a late file exhibit. Our understanding was part of the exercise was to not only take mathematical corrections identified during discovery, but as we went through cross-examination, we said, we'll provide that as an update in late file one. Or if we give another late file that had an adjustment to a number, the goal behind late file one was to consolidate all of those in one user-friendly location so everyone can see how all the puzzle pieces fit together. And so I just wanted to make sure that, from our perspective, the authority had the benefit of hearing that additional feedback. And Ms. Szabo, are there any other, examples you want to provide just to reinforce that point?
Yes, during the evidentiary hearing, there was discussion regarding our management fee and whether we had incorporated the newly completed acquisition of Torrington Company, which at the time of the application, we had not. We factored that into late file one, which assigns costs away from the AQUARION Connecticut customers. We also had adjustments to assumptions for employee benefits where we had discussed the application had an assumption of a 13% contribution, and we were to update it with the 14.5%. I mean, there's, you all can see the list as well as I, there's about 30 adjustments that came about during that process.
Would it help, Chairman, when we submit supplemental information for us to cite to the source, just in terms of if, for example, we were asked in a particular late file to give an update to a number, we gave it there, and we're just simply now consolidating that into late file one to show all the pieces fit together. Would that be helpful to the chairman and the authority staff in reviewing what we submit to you?
Yes, absolutely. But if you could give me just a moment, I just need 1 minute, please. Thank you. Please be seated. All right, thank you for that latitude. Okay, Attorney Pace, not to belabor the point, I'm just wanna make sure that we're on the same page about this late file exhibit 1. Okay, so, with the addition that you stated before I stepped out, about linking it to the source material, I appreciate that, and I'm happy to receive that. I think just to be abundantly clear, I would like to receive a refiled late file exhibit 1 where I'm able to differentiate between the refiled exhibit late file 1 and what was previously provided, so that we can see what were the agreed upon adjustments, what were the revisions and updates that came out during discovery process. And I think there were 3 main things that came up when we were reviewing late file 1 over the past day, that so the power costs, the chemical costs, the 50 million in new plant, like those 3 things, I'm not making a ruling from the bench that we're excluding it. I just want to be able to compare the pure intent of late file exhibit 1 absent those things in what's refiled. Is that clear?
Yes, that is clear. And the only clarifying question, if I can ask for Ms. Szabo, would be in terms of our preparation of the exhibit. It's clear to me in terms of what the chairman is looking for, at least for the plant additions. Can you confirm, just so that the chairman can hear it, the source of where those updates came from? Did that come from the late file exhibit?
Yes, the plant that's presented in late file 1 supplemental attachment 4 is consistent with the plant placed in service through December 15th that was submitted in late file 4.
Totally understood. So I can make that connection. We'll still have the original late file exhibit 1 on the record. I just want the refiled absent
Okay,
that.
that's clear, Chairman. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Okay. With that, hopefully behind us, we can move on to our next panel, focused on operating and maintenance expenses, taxes, other accounting and operating income. Attorney Pace, anything new for this panel before we return to cross?
Nothing new for the panel. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Then we're going to start with authority staff cross for Mr. Zablowski, please.
Good afternoon, Albert Zablowski, Pura staff. My first question is going to be related to work paper C319 inflation expense. So the company presented an adjustment to rent expense on this schedule based on questioning by Pura staff on the built-in inflation adjustment in leases and rents. Are there any other items in the inflation expense schedule where there is built-in inflation kicker inflation adjustment that the company found subsequent to our last discussion?
Other than the rent adjustment, no.
Okay, thank you. Can we please look at purchased power? How does the company calculate its power purchased power expense?
Expense actual or projection?
Sure. So let's go with the projection. But
Okay.
obviously,
So when we're developing our budgets for the next year, we have a list of all of our accounts on the order, I think is almost 360, 380 accounts.
Mhm.
We have a calculation there based on what the historic numbers have been, what the base costs are for the meter. And then we also put in there, we have some calculations there to calculate water flow through the facility. And there's a kilowatt to water flow calculation. And we go back through our production numbers, spread our production across all of our facilities, run the number, those production numbers down to the individual facilities and roll it through. And that's where we come up with our power estimate for our budget.
Okay. And who are the suppliers for Aquarion?
What are you gonna say?
I just want to clarify so that if we're looking at, are you looking at Schedule 3.29, C 3.29?
3-19, the inflation expense, unless it's 29.
Okay. Oh, you were specifically looking at,
Yes, but either way.
I just didn't know if you were looking for clarification on the new schedule.
So, no, I was just looking at 319.
Okay.
And I guess my next question on that is, can the company pick its suppliers in terms of the supply?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
So in residential, correct? Residential customers can shop their suppliers. Can Aquarion do the same?
Yeah, it's in my original testimony, is that we have a multi-year contract with a power supplier. Right now, we're in finishing the second year of a 3-year contract. That covers about over 80% of the power to our facilities and is locked in price over multiple years. And the reason we put those out to bid is they're considered attractive to the power utilities because they have a very steady, consistent demand charge. There are others that they don't want to bid on because they're too small and they fluctuate too much. So we have to put those into the standard, the standard EverSource connection arrangements or UI connection arrangements.
So, and can the company speak to its estimate of the actual usage for purchased power in rate year 1 as opposed to, let's say, the prior year or prior 2 years?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Sure. So the energy usage itself, correct? Forgetting the price per kilowatt, right? Is the company expecting a huge increase for rate year 1?
Well, okay.
So currently we use just the test year.
There's a
test usage.
So the increase that we're seeing in purchased power, right? That stems only from the supply side or price per kilowatt, not the actual forecasted increase in usage, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, can we please turn to WPC 3.25? This is Connecticut business tax. Can the company explain or walk me through the $850,000 on line 37 of the schedule? And this is SERP. Just from my understanding, curious why it's part of the income tax calculation here.
I can talk to it just at a high level. Again,
Sure.
this is a schedule that is provided by our Director of Tax, but just based on the context of where it appears on this schedule, it's an adjustment that he makes for temporary flow-through differences in deriving his taxable income.
Okay, so do we see this $850,000 anywhere else in the company's application at all?
The SERP expense, yes. Just give me a moment to trace it through here. stand corrected. It does appear in our application. It's just repeated in Schedule G 2.0.
Okay, so I guess my question is, so the company's not seeing recovery on this 850 from ratepayers? Is that correct or no?
There are SERP expenses within the cost recovery request here that I don't know that it adds up to that 850, but those were the subject of other discovery responses that I could look up. I just don't have it at my fingertips right now.
Okay,
You can take that as a read-in or?
sure. I guess let me be more clear. I guess I just want to make sure that if there are items on this schedule that the company is not seeking recovery from ratepayers from, I'm not sure it would be appropriate to apply Connecticut business tax to it and have ratepayers pay for that part of Connecticut business income tax, if that makes sense.
Okay, so, Mr. Zabowski, we're looking for a read-in about which line items, we're not seeking, the company is not seeking recovery for, is that?
Correct. So
Can I just ask a clarifying question? So this schedule here, what it's doing is it's taking our test year Connecticut tax expense and it's adjusting it for the accumulation of, all the adjustments flowing through the revenue requirement,
right,
which we tax effect at the statutory rate.
mhm.
And so the question here is, you're looking to see if the test year tax expense number should be adjusted upward or downward for any of these temporary or normalized differences?
I'm no tax expert myself either. That being said, I guess what I was looking for is if any of the items on this listing, right, that the company's not looking for recovery from the ratepayers, then I think that they should be excluded from the tax calculation, if that makes sense. If not, then that late file response will be, the update to or the read-in will be pretty empty there.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, I just have one more question, and this for this panel, and this is lead file 17, attachment 1, I believe. And really, this is the updated mass formula reflecting NESC and Torrington water. And just generally, to which other expenses would this mass formula be applied, if anywhere else in the application?
Are you looking to tie it back to one of the C schedules that we have in the application here?
Yes.
So the management fee is presented on schedule, that allocation adjustment is on schedule 3.28.
Mhm.
And so that it's not seen elsewhere within this within any other C schedules. It's just picked up in that one area.
Just in that management fee. Okay, thank you. And not applicable anywhere else. Okay, thank you. That's all I have for this panel.
Thanks. Thank you. Ms. Skirris?
Yes, good afternoon. Just brief questions here for the panel. This is the inflation topic. If you refer to late file 1, the attachment WPC 3.19, the first page, late file 19, and going back to the transcript, there was, I think, an outstanding question. That transcript site would be 11/28/22 at page 378 beginning. The late file 19 was to update RRU 42 attachment 3 based upon the latest, at the time, blue chip forecasts. There was a footnote here in the company's response indicating a discrepancy for lag period inflation was that 2 of the 5 quarters were hidden. I did not see any hidden rows. So can you explain what's meant by that?
Yes, I do. I do recall during the evidentiary hearing, an exchange regarding the lag period, and I believe Mr. Bacalina had asked me the question where there were only 3 rows presented, and so I don't remember which ones were hidden, but there were 5 rows of data in the calculation. But the rows, the heights were so skinny that you couldn't see it during the hearing. It's corrected here in the presentation of Schedule C 3.19 in the late file 1 supplemental.
Okay, all right.
So we would either have to go back to the original
Yeah,
application or.
Okay, so that's been revised here. Regarding the proposed inflation rate, it's correct that the final position of the company now is that the inflation rate has increased from the 10.625 initially filed to 12.15. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And based on the initial filing of the 10.625, would the company characterize that rate of itself high compared to past approved inflation adjustment factors?
If my point of reference is the last time we were here for a rate case, which would have been 2013, I would agree with that statement.
Okay. Now, in consideration to customer rates, was there a reason why the company proposed an increase to that? Thank you. That inflation factor to the 12.15%?
I think this goes along with the earlier discussion with regards to adjustments in late file 1. We were being responsive to the request during the evidentiary hearing to provide an update on that factor. And so we took the most up-to-date information and incorporated that into the application.
Okay, but that doesn't mean that the company had to adopt that. Is that correct? You could have said this is the increase, yet we will hold on the 10.625.
That's correct. The company took the position to update values, both positives and negatives, with our late file 1 supplemental in order to get all the most current information on the record.
With regards to the methodology to calculate the proposed figures, both initially and after the blue chip forecast update, I believe that's dated November, if I'm not mistaken. The application of the methodology, there are 9 quarters of inflation proposed. Is that correct?
Yes.
2 of them occur during the test year. Is that correct?
Yes.
1 occurs after proposed rates go into effect. Is that correct?
Yes.
This is going back to the hearing record. I don't know if you'll recall, but during the hearing, and this is cited at pages 409 to 411 of the transcript, we had some discussion comparing the methodology proposed in 220701 using this GDP index from Blue Chip compared to the methodology done in the 2013 docket using what you had described as a chained GDP PI, and that figure was coming from Moody's Analytics. Do you recall that discussion?
I do, and I did want to actually correct after the hearings, and I went back and revisited my notes. We had actually in 13 used a different service provider. It was not Moody's.
Okay.
But we no longer subscribe to that. So we used Moody's, in this discussion in terms of what 2013 would look like under today's inflation factors using the 2013 methodology, but using the data from Moody's Analytics, whereas back in 13, I think we had used BEI.
Okay, was that done? Because I didn't see an exhibit here with that.
I did perform that exercise, and under the following the 2013 methodology, using the Moody Analytics chain price index, the corresponding inflation factor would be 6.814%.
And where is this in your response to late file 19?
It was not provided in late file 19 because it was not requested.
It was not requested. I thought you were going to update us and give us that as part of the record.
The response that we prepared was prepared based on what was requested on the documentation on Pure's website.
Okay.
In terms of what was, typed in there. So that's what we submitted. But I did prepare this as a, if the question came up today, as a read-in.
Okay. Yeah, if I recall, I had asked for a version using the methodology of so you have that calculation done?
Yes.
Okay, and that calculation, just so we're clear, is not using Moody's Analytics, it's using another document you're subscribed to?
No, I'm sorry for the confusion. It is using the Moody Analytics. What I was communicating was that in 2013, we had subscribed to a different service.
Mhm.
So it's the same methodology, but getting the data from a different service. So there could be slight differences.
What do you
but,
mean by service? Like,
it wasn't from Moody's. It was from another provider that we had subscribed to at that time.
oh, okay, you don't so
Um,
this time, just so before you had another service to get that GDPPI chained, you did the calculation of the GDPPI chain using the 2013 methodology, but using Moody's Analytics. Is that what's going on?
That's correct.
Okay, and the answer, the inflation rate based on that methodology would be?
6.85.
Okay.
I'm sorry, 6.81.
8.1. I would like a supplement to the late file 19 because it appears there was a miscommunication as to what we were looking for. So could we have, appears the company has performed the calculation. Could we have supplement with what she just presented to us?
Yes, we can do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, and I think that's what I have here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Chris. Then Mr. Vocalina is up.
Good afternoon, just a few questions. Late file exhibit 20. This refers to tank painting. Let me know when you're there. Okay. Okay. So as a result of going back and looking at the amortization periods, the company has removed 3 tanks here, Norfolk, Easton, and Mianus, correct? From the amortization schedule?
Which schedule are you referring to? Sorry.
The one that's attached to late file exhibit 20?
Yes.
Okay.
So,
And with those removals, there are no other amortization set to expire?
depending on what time period you're looking through.
Okay, I'll say in the next 3 years. Yes, eventually they'll expire, right?
Yeah. We projected it through the midpoint of the rate here.
Okay. You've added White Hills, which has a March completion date with an annual amortization of approximately 51,000, and that's the 4278 times 12. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Um, Late file 21, please. Explain the adjustment of, well, it goes back to late file Exhibit 1. There's a $24,748 adjustment for bad debt expense. Can you explain that? I'm looking at Schedule C 3.0A.
That is a direct correlation to the incremental revenue that's assumed as a result of the accumulation of all the revisions in late file 1.
Okay.
So there's a bad debt factor applied to the new revenue.
Okay, and that. Okay, that answers my question. So that'll essentially bring the company's bad debt expense from the 166 to the approximate 191 that we would start to reconcile against, or we will look to reconcile against in the future.
Correct.
Okay. So back to late file 21. Gonna get the multifamily line here. And it appears that this line has the effect of reducing, with all years except 2019, the bad debt expense. How is that the case? What's the interplay between the bad debts and collections and things of that nature for multifamily, and why does it have that effect?
When you see a credit there for the multifamily, it's a reversal of prior write-offs when we receive payments when a house sells. So to the extent that there's greater recovery of that past write-off compared to the current period write-offs, you'll get a credit.
So this does have the, I'm sorry, so is this not the case that recoveries are not, is it a recovery that we're looking at here?
These are like, there's an activity in that to come up with a credit. So you'll have current write-offs, and then you also, to the extent that you recover past write-off from future, past years, you effectively have to reverse the entry.
Yes.
Which would then, in some periods, create a credit.
So this is really a catch-up from activity in a current year plus recoveries from previous years.
Yes.
That's
correct.
The recoveries are more than offsetting the write-offs for that particular year.
In some years, yes.
Yes. Okay. Now, at the 11/28 hearing, I believe you stated, Mr. Teixeira, that Aquarion system automatically writes off when a customer moves out and has an unpaid balance, but Aquarion has not written off multifamily home write-offs, which is done once a year in our system. Is that correct? Okay. And that's because you're still trying to collect from customers which are still living in the same home as they resided during the COVID period.
Well, the multifamilies are usually tenants where the landlord does not reside for a large part of the properties. So we can't shut or collect any past debt. So what we do is we place liens on the homes. And those write-offs are not done by our system. We analyze the activity, and our collections manager works with accounting to write those off. But because we have not been able to collect due to the pandemic, we just haven't had sufficient ability to truly reflect that bad debt. So we will do a catch-up probably at some point toward the end of next year, and do a proper write-off of the multifamilies.
And the multifamilies, it appeared in the original hearings were going to be really the main point of emphasis about where your bad debts. I guess I don't want to call it a cliff or anything else, but there's going to be an increase in bad debt expense you envisioned, and I think you attributed that to multifamilies.
Yes,
Okay, to a good extent.
yes.
Okay, and so is there the same expectation that there will be write-offs for multifamily homes, but subsequently you can put liens on multifamily homes as well as any other customer, correct?
We can, yes, on single family and multifamilies, yes.
So is there expectation that these write-offs are going to be reversed, as we've seen in the history here that have created these credits in late file 21?
Well, it depends on, usually we'll collect on a home if the home sells, because when you go through the transfer of ownership, you have to pay off. So it's a factor in the recovery of those liens.
So yes, the only mechanism that you have in collecting on that lien is the sale of the home.
Yes.
Okay, and
typically, sometimes a landlord will refinance and, the new mortgage company will require the liens to be removed, as an example, but it's usually when the property sells.
okay, and is that to a great extent the source of recoveries?
For the multifamilies?
Yes,
Yes.
pretty exclusively, pretty much.
I wouldn't say exclusively. There are, people that just take a long time to pay and, but yes, I would say that's a large portion of it.
So with the bad debt reconciliation, is the thought that these recoveries in subsequent years, as the reconciliation continues on, even out? For instance, if you collected a larger amount and then it's subsequently recovered, that's going to be in a subsequent year and the two will wash out?
Yes, that is exactly what's happening here on this schedule. We can't predict, how many homes will sell and how much past write-offs you'll recover, but all of that activity is reflected in, our accounting.
Okay. But to the extent that a property tax reconciliation came in at one number in a particular year and subsequently you recovered it, the next year is going to reflect a credit that is going to essentially offset what had happened in a previous year, the over collection in a previous year.
I'm sorry, I think you said property tax?
I'm sorry, not property tax, the bad debt. So if you collected a bad debt expense, you have the reconciliation. If you collect it in 1 year, subsequently you have a collection, recovery, that's going to essentially true up the property tax reconciliation in the next year.
You mean you mean the bad debt?
Yes, the bad. Yes. Yes.
Yes, I know what you mean. Yes. Yeah, it's a component of your bad debt expense as you record it on the financial statements.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. I believe those are the questions from authority staff. So we will next turn to OCC. Attorney Whale, please.
Good afternoon. We're going to start with a couple of questions from Rich Sobolewski.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Richard Sobolewski for the OCC. First off, in regards to the chemicals expense that's in the late file one, I think it's Schedule C-3.4. My understanding is that the update in the case is based on the most current price. Is that correct?
It's based on actual pricing.
Okay, actual pricing. And the reason for the large increase, I mean, the test year was $4 million and the original pro forma was about a $1.4 million adjustment. Is that a lot to do with the supply chain issues or?
Yeah, we've industry-wide, we've seen significant increases in prices. In some cases, we've seen prices double on chemicals in the last year. We took a very big hit in 2022. The prices came up dramatically. We were hoping they were gonna go down, starting to go into 2023, and we have not seen the prices going down in 2023.
And your adjustment also is based on is it on average the test year usage or is it based on some increase in usage?
We set dosing expectations for the different treatment plants and apply that against our production at those plants and come up with a calculation of chemical usage and then apply the dollars to that.
In regards to purchase power, I know there was a discussion with Mr. Zablowski from Pura staff, and I just want to make sure I have this right. You said that approximately 80% of your power you have contracted for multiple years from suppliers.
We'll go back one question. We just want to clarify.
I just want to clarify. So the usage that we've put into the case is actually 2021 usage.
Okay.
There's no projected usage.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your question then. We were trying to clarify that.
Okay. In regards to purchase power, I know there was a discussion with Mr. Zablowski from Pura staff, and correct me if I'm wrong. I think what was stated was that there was about 80% of the purchase power you go out and get contracts from suppliers.
So yeah, we're in a multi-year contract. We've done that for several years now. We're in the second of a 3-year contract right now for 80% of our power.
Okay, and that's what's in the case.
That's in the case, correct.
And the other 20%, you reflect the change in the standard offer or the supplier of last resort.
Correct. And but then there is transmission charges. The base price that we get from the supplier. There's also the transmission costs that are part of that cost.
But the portion that you've increased is the portion that we've all heard about in the press and seen with standard offer or the supplier of last resort.
Correct. Yep.
Now for that other 20%, and I heard what you said that there's varying supplies and they really don't meet the same characterizations of the load of the other supply.
Yeah, they're not attractive to the large independent suppliers.
Okay. Now for those facilities, have you looked at the rate board for business and residential customers that Pura has? Do you know if you would be eligible to purchase from those?
I'm not sure what the rate board is. I'm not sure what the rate. I'm not sure what the rate board is. Can you?
Well, there's a competitive supply listing for both residential and for business customers. Different offers out there that you can enroll in. Has the company looked into any of those?
I don't know all the specifics. I don't deal with all the invoicing, the billing. My understanding of the way bill is that Eversource and UI roll us back and forth to what is the most attractive rate for those facilities at the time.
So if we turn to that exhibit C-3.29, which is part of late file 1. What are the rates that you have reflected per kilowatt hour from the ones you don't have contracts with?
These are all sites we don't have contracts with. The contracts we only have contracts, we have like over 360 accounts, I think, between UI and Eversource. 80% of our power is probably only 30 of those accounts, maybe 40 of those accounts. And the vast majority of the accounts are these much smaller accounts that go onto the standard offer.
Okay. So the rates you're using are all based on either the CLMP or the UI rate?
That was published, yes, correct.
If the company could save money by going to the rate board and for each of these accounts, I mean, if you could save 5 cents a kilowatt hour by selecting a supplier that's on the rate board, as a business customer, there are different offers that are there. Is that something the company could do?
I'm not well versed in how that process works. I'd like to get a little more information before I'd be willing to commit to it. The bill processing that we go through right now for the number of accounts and rates and number of utilities it's an onerous process at times. So I'd want to make sure that we're getting what we think is a worthwhile benefit to make that process even more complicated than it currently is.
The rates for the total charges from the smaller accounts versus the larger facilities. These smaller facilities, the total expenses.
So I just want to clarify, we're only making the adjustment for the generation. This is not all encompassing. It's only the small generation piece for these few facilities that we've incorporated here. So we're not encompassing the total electric expense adjustment in this schedule here.
Right. The pro forma adjustment is 722,000.
Correct.
Okay. So that's over 100% increase on those particular accounts. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's only on
generation.
Yes. Okay.
That's what I'm asking.
Okay.
But even the 25% savings on $700,000, that's still over 150,000. Would you agree?
If that's the potential. I mean, this is unusual. Historically, there hasn't been this kind of an increase that's had this big of a swing in our power costs. So we haven't investigated those types of options. We're willing to look into them, but I'd like to get a better understanding of them before we were to commit to doing them.
Thank you. I have one other area. In regards to your incremental cost of production, I know it's been reflected in RRU 125 in regards to the non-revenue water portion. I think it was, in that response, you used a 3-year average from 2019, 20, and 21 of $420. I'd like to know if the company could update that number based on the pro forma numbers, based on the pro forma purchase power and pro forma chemical costs.
We can do that.
Okay, I don't know if that's maybe as a supplement to RRU 125. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions about going back to inflation and specifically rent, which I know the authority had some questions about as well. Looking at LFE 14. So starting with the Stamford office, it looks like according to this response, the Stamford lease has a built-in escalation. So the company knows that there's going to be a certain price escalation in those rent payments, correct?
Yes.
And is that looking at schedule WPC 3.192, which is the schedule of the accounts included in the inflation adjustment, the inflation factor, and I'm looking at line 31. It's referenced, as you know, in your late file response. So it looks. I just want to make sure I'm looking at this right. It looks like that $9,710 expense or difference is associated with the NESC lease. It looks like that's backed out of the test year, so that and not included in the inflation factor. Is that correct?
Yes, both. What that schedule is presenting there, the $97,000 that you see on row 31 of Schedule C 3.19, is excluding both the Stamford lease and the NESC lease from an inflation adjustment. The NESC lease is then adjusted on Schedule C 3.5.
Okay. Okay, so the 9710 is both. Okay.
So the 97,391 there represents what was in our test year. And for the test year, we only had the 1 month for NESC at $9,710.
Yep.
The balance is the Stamford lease. And then if you go to Schedule C 3.5, what we've done there is we've annualized the NESC lease to bring in 12 months of that rent expense.
Okay. So does that mean that the inflation factor isn't being applied then to
That's
those
correct.
leases?
That's correct. So anything that's in that column J is being adjusted specifically on another schedule. So it's outside of the inflation adjustment. Whereas everything in column L is what is being subjected to inflation.
Okay. Thank you. I had the same kinds of questions looking at late file 16. Which is also pertaining to leases. And in that example, that particular lease is not being adjusted and is staying intact until 2023. Okay, so is that also reflected on WC 3.19?
So this late file 16 is the NESC lease.
Okay.
And so it's again, it's confusing because they all start with the same number, but it's $9,710, which is part of what's being excluded from the inflation adjustment. And when it's added to the Stamford lease of $85,000, that's what you're seeing on the 3.19 schedule.
Yep.
So then you have to go to the 3.5 schedule to see the annualization of the NESC 1 month lease or 1 month of lease expense that was in our test year.
Okay. Thank you. One last question for Ms. Texera. It's just a follow-up to Mr. Vocalino was asking about bad debt reconciliation and liens. Do those liens carry interest when if the company does ever recover those liens? Is there any interest attached to that recovery, or is it just the original amount that was liened is what is eventually paid?
It's the original amount,
Okay.
which in most cases does include interest as part of the past due balance.
Yeah, I understood, but I guess my question is, when you place a lien on a property, you would place the lien for, say, $1,000, and then 3 years later, when the property is sold, when the company gets paid on that lien, they get paid $1,000, or is it $1,000 plus the 3 years of any interest that was carried over that time?
I'd have to double check that, but I believe it's just the original amount of the lien that was placed on the property.
Okay.
I can confirm that later if you'd like.
I suppose I'm a little lost, honestly, what the process is for updating late files at this point, but
I mean, I can just read it in.
Sure, yeah, if it's possible to read it in, that would be
Like I
great.
said.
Thank you. I think that's all we have for this panel. Thank you.
Okay, so had another read in. Okay, so I think we have 2 outstanding read-ins, so we can revisit those later today, tomorrow. All right, moving along with this panel, Attorney Marshall, any cross? Thank you. Attorney Wright? Oh, sorry. Okay, thank you. Attorney Alexander, Attorney Sherry? Thank you. Questions from the bench, Commissioner Karen? No questions. I also do not have any questions on this topic. So Attorney Pace, would you like a moment for reject?
I would please. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay.
I just need 3 minutes.
Okay, very good. We'll recess for a few minutes. Okay, if we can go back on the record, any redirect Attorney Pace.
Chairman, I do have a redirect, but I just wanted to, as an administrative matter, Ms. Texera was able to confirm during the break the response to what I have as read in X, which was the last one that Mr. Wheel had asked. When the company records a lien on the property for past due debt, when the home is actually sold or refinanced and the lien is discharged, do we actually accrue interest on that? So Ms. Texera can read that answer into the record if that's acceptable.
Very good, thank you.
Please proceed.
I have confirmed what I originally thought was that we only collect on the amount of the lien that we placed on the property, not additional interest.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and I'd like to now please proceed with redirect examination. So this is directed to both Mr. Unger and Mr. Ulrich. Do you call on the cross-examination, you're asked questions by both Pura staff, Mr. Sablonsky, and also by Mr. Sobolewski at OCC as it relates to the increase in the company's cost of purchased chemicals. Do you recall that exchange?
I do.
And just to clarify for the record, what is the incremental amount the company is seeking, which is above and beyond the original application for the increase in the cost of chemical expense?
So the additional cost that we're looking to recover above our initial application is $3,149,286.
And can you clarify what's driving that specific increase?
The unit prices that are being charged by our suppliers.
Is that based on a projection of rate year expense, or is it based on actual information?
It's based on the rate year actuals, applying the updated pricing from our suppliers.
So just to be clear, go ahead, Mr. Unger, you can proceed.
And this update was included in OCC 136.
Okay, and so just to clarify, the company was asked for the information and you provided that in data response OCC 136?
That's correct.
Was that the company's basis for then including that information when you presented late file exhibit 1 for the authority's consideration?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Unger, one additional question. During Mr. Sobolewski's cross-examination of you, he had referenced the company's requested adjustment as it relates to purchase power. Do you recall that exchange?
Yes, I do.
Is there any information you'd like to add as it relates to the information we provided on the adjustment for purchase power?
I'd just like to include some additional clarification, some additional information. If you look at the pricing that we were experiencing in 2021 for these other accounts, it was very similar to our contract pricing that we were paying for our larger facilities. So at the time, the company felt that the pricing was on par with other contract pricing that we had for the generation charges for the electric accounts.
Okay, those are all the questions I have. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Very good. Let's move into our next panel. I will invite the authority staff back up. We're going to move into our panel on IT employee compensation, staffing levels, and succession planning. While the authority staff is getting set up for this panel, I'll see if Attorney Pace has anything with respect to setting up this panel.
Each of these witnesses have been sworn, and they've also all adopted the late file exhibits. So Chairman, we have nothing further on this panel.
Very good, thank you. And Ms. Gross, are you ready?
Organized. Panel, I'd like you to refer to late file number 24. And this is a simple question. Your response was, the question was to provide the FAS 87 defined benefits. The question was actually for you to provide that document, FAS 87. So it appears there was a miscommunication here. Is it possible for us to have the record supplemented with the FAS 87 defined benefit document itself?
Yeah. We no longer receive a FAS 87
don't?
from our actuary. It's all included now under FASB ASC 71530,
Okay.
which was submitted.
It was submitted here in late file.
It was submitted in response to OCC 189.
Okay. No, well, OCC 189 is a document that provides, it's like a valuation report, is that correct?
And the disclosures, I believe.
Does it have the, I'm kind of looking for the accounting regulation that covers the defined benefit pension. Do you no longer get that FAS document?
I think our controllers group subscribes to a service where they can print out the corresponding accounting guidance. Is that what
That's
we're
what I'm
looking for? Okay.
Yeah, that's what I've been looking for.
And so it's no longer referred to, I guess, as FAS 87. It's now under the ASC 715. So you just want a reprint of the
Yes.
FASB document.
Yeah, that's basically what I've been looking for all along, just to have the record reflect that.
So Chairman, we can provide that and we'll just mark it as a supplement to late file 24 to provide the information Ms. Skouras is looking for.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Now going to actually late file number 1, the schedule WPC 3.25, line 30. And then also late file number 25, attachment 1. Let's start with attachment 1, please. Late file 25. If you take a look at attachment 1, you will see area where it's called 2022 budgeted pension expense. It's appears to be on page 1 of 4. And it's a negative number of 1.138 million.
Yes.
Okay. This is from the actuary, is that correct? This document, they prepared this, what I would call the annual valuation of the plan.
Yes, this is from our actuary, Aon.
Okay. And the figure was negative at the initial filing of this request on the OCC 189, and it still remains negative at the 1.138 million and change. Is that correct? Subject to check.
This was updated in late file 25, attachment 2 supplemental.
Yeah. It's still 1.138 negative.
That was the late file 25. There was a supplemental filing that reflected a revised pension expense of 172,328, which replaces that negative or the credit of 1,138,025.
Okay, could we maybe, do we? I'd like to take a look, pull up costs on that. So the company indicates that the number is now a positive figure for pension expense?
Correct.
Okay, I was also expecting a similar attachment to OCC 189 attachment 3. I did not find that in the record.
Was that?
was that provided, the attachment 3 with
So-
that actuarial?
I think so OCC 189 attachment 3
Mhm.
is a schedule, almost looks like an Excel schedule, right? It
Yes.
has some redacted lines, but it has Connecticut on there. That's the corresponding to the late file 25 supplemental attachment. Just hold on one second while I get there. I think it's attachment 1. So late file 25 supplemental attachment 1 is that same presentation updated fire actuary through October of 2022.
And when was that filed?
That was part of the December 12th late file submission.
I think I want to hold off on this cross and take a look at that because I haven't had the chance to, didn't see that in the filing. So I'd like to reserve the right to cross maybe another time, to a little later today.
Okay.
I can go on with another question though. So, okay,
Ms. Skurs, why don't you step down? We'll continue your cross after Mr. Zablowski, so the
okay.
chance to recollect. So, Mr. Zablowski, if you want to pick up, please.
Sure. So could we please turn to the original schedule C 3.2 as well as the newly updated C 3.2 in LFE 1? Just let me know when you're there.
Sorry, I only have the new one on here.
Oh,
I'm waiting for
okay.
the.
All right, well.
Okay.
Great. So on the original one, line number 2, I see annualized payroll at 28,930,000. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And 14 open positions?
Yes.
Okay. If I look at the new updated schedule through 12/8, I see annualized payroll at 29,214,000 and 12 open positions.
Yes.
Okay, so I think that's a swing of about flux of about 260,000, correct?
Yes.
Okay. With two difference of 2 positions. Okay. So if I look in the original schedule at the job titles and their corresponding salaries, there are about 5 jobs that have not been filled. All the other jobs from the original schedule looks like they've been filled or dropped, whatever the case may be. Neither one of those 2 would add up to those $260,000. So my question is, which 2 jobs comprise that 263,000, and how does that reconcile between these 2 schedules?
So I think what's important to recognize is the values that were on 3.2 in the application are placeholders until an offer is made to an individual.
Mhm.
So when we put the dollar amounts in the application, it was based on a range that was provided from our HR department for that job posting. When the individuals are hired, obviously the actual could differ from that. And to the extent if there were any other payroll changes that occurred for existing staff in between the time of the application, which as you is noted as it was the payroll using the June 15th payroll, whereas this latest one is using the December 8th payroll. Any sort of changes for existing employees would also have been captured in the December 8th update.
Okay, thank you. So the only thing about that, if I look at the two of the highest paid jobs that have been filled from the original schedule to now, if I add both of them up, I think that's the 107,000 plus the 106,000. It's about $213,000. So that's still from 213 to 260. That's quite a difference. I'm not sure if it's explained by those two individuals getting, let's say, $25,000 over their, over the listed salary. Seems a little high.
Without performing a reconciliation of, employee by employee from the June payroll to now, it's really not possible for me to answer that question. I can only attest to the fact that the value that's here was taken directly out of a December 8th payroll.
And then when you mention changes outside of those two jobs getting filled, do you essentially talk about salary increases for current employees, or what would?
Potentially, there could be changes with our current employees if responsibilities changed. That there may have been changes in between that June date and this December date.
Okay, and when does AQUARION usually offer raises to employees on an annual basis?
Typically, they go into effect
April 1.
April 1.
When? I'm sorry.
April 1 is our common anniversary date. However, we do, there are promotional adjustments or equity adjustments based on, someone's range within, their salary range.
Yeah, that's good to know, because obviously this time period is past that, so it would have accounted for that already, or it would have been outside of it. Okay, yeah, could I have a supplement to maybe the schedule for that reconciliation? Not sure what that would entail.
I'm wondering the same.
I guess essentially would have been those two filled positions with, it would be the positions with titles, any turnover in that meantime, plus any salary increases for the certain or promotions for those people that equal that $263,000.
So we'll provide that supplement, the response to Mr. Sablonsky's question. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I have a few questions.
Just as a matter of clarification, what would that get filed under?
We could supplement late file 1, maybe an attachment there. Would that work?
Late file 1 supplemental, and it's a reconciliation, and it's going to be at an employee level, so it's something that I presume would be confidential.
She can work with legal on that, and if we seek protected status, we'll submit a request for the authority to look at, and you can decide if you agree with that recommendation. But obviously, we know you want us to make as much public as possible, but if there is sensitive information about employees, we'll request permission to treat it as confidential.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Yeah, if I may, I don't necessarily need any names, as long as I have job titles to match up with these two, possibly.
I'm just being cognizant of the fact that it's a small company, and sometimes there might just be one person holding a single job title.
Thank you. Okay, just 2 or 3 questions on IT. Did the company use any virtual meeting software during the test year, such as Zoom?
Yes.
Okay. If the company did use such software, has the company removed the impact of these costs from its revenue requirement? Since Microsoft Teams, which is included in the Office 365 subscription, has the functionality to hold virtual meetings.
Yes, we would have, we use Teams exclusively
Okay, so
for
so you're not paying for
communications.
Zoom?
We're not,
So you're only using the free Zoom equivalent?
No.
No, you're not using Zoom at all? Okay, thank you. In the company's response to late file 32, the company states that during the test year, the company recorded $12,800 licensing fee expense for the older generation of Microsoft Office products. The company will reflect an adjustment of $12,800 to reduce the test year expense. However, the company's response does not say anything about whether and the extent to which it incurred Office 365 costs incurred during the test year. Can the company confirm that it did not begin using Office 365 until after the test year?
we did begin using Office 365, but all the licensing was capitalized as part of that implementation.
So if the company did begin using Office 365 during the test year, has the company made an adjustment to remove the impact of these costs from the test year data in order to avoid double counting the costs of the Office 365 subscriptions?
There hasn't been an adjustment for the 2021 because, as was just stated, it was capitalized, so there's no expense adjustment that we're looking to pull out.
Okay, thank you. That is all I have for this panel.
Okay. Okay, let's resume with Ms. Gross, please.
To go on here with the defined benefit plan.
Ms. Gross, I
Sorry.
need you to get a lot closer to the mic,
Yeah,
please.
thank you. We have up here, looking at what you just referred me to, late file 25, attachment 1, supplemental. And we have what appears in the column called total. That's yellow. Projected, it shows a minus 378, $622. Is that correct?
That's the total for all of the Aquarion companies.
Okay, where is the one for the Connecticut?
For Connecticut, it would be on the yellow line.
The yellow, oh,
Total
I see.
172,000.
Okay, so that is the actual contribution that the company needs to make, the 172?
That's the expense.
The
That's recorded on the books.
Okay, and the contribution is, where can, employer contribution here is listed,
4,772,000.
and what is the basis for that 4,772,000?
It's the actuarially determined contribution based on the assessment of the plan, and it's calculated by our actuary.
Okay, well, from what I see here, this response is quite different from which was provided in OCC 189. Why is there such a mismatch of how you're presenting stuff? For example, in OCC 189, there was an attachment identified as attachment 3, where the actuary had stated that the expense had was going to be 1.225 approximately.
I think it's the timing. Certain times of the year, the actuary will give us our full disclosure report.
Okay.
And then as we get closer to the end of the year, they do a true up based on, relevant data, which is, the value of your plan assets, the current investment returns on a close to the end of year basis, and they will revise the numbers to properly reflect the expense that should be recorded on your financial statements.
Okay.
So this will change based on those variables and the timing of the value of the valuation.
That's quite a big swing to go from, initially, the company had proposed O&M expense of the 1.866, which you are still holding with. Is that correct, in the application?
No, I think we've revised it to reflect the
I don't know, because I'm looking at WPC 3.19, and it still shows pension of 1.865741. And there's actually, this was part of my cross, there's a site to schedule C-30, but we could not find a work paper called C-3.30.
It was a new worksheet that was presented in late file 1. This may go back to the complications with the Lotus file. So it was resubmitted today, late file 1, supplemental attachment 1.
Okay,
Has the Schedule C 3.30.
okay. And there's also, for the similar issue was retiree medical. I think that is the pension, is that post-retirement benefit obligation pension?
Yes, that's as well a new schedule that was submitted in late file 1, supplemental attachment 1, as Schedule C 3.31.
Okay, so that's the 68,173. Okay. All right, let's get back to the pension expense here. So according to this, the Connecticut Water pension expense is the 172, and the actuary contribution is the 4.72. That number is now going to be reflected in the work paper WPC C-3.29 that was just submitted today.
3.30.
30, sorry. Okay. And that's what you're going with, is the 4.772 for contributions?
Yes.
Okay.
And I know there's a lot of schedules and numbers, so I just wanted to kind of summarize this here. So we presented in our late file 1 supplemental attachment 4, listed out each one of our adjustments. And within that, we showed pension expense being revised from an expense of the 1.1 million down to the 172,000, which is the number you see on this schedule here. So you'll see it in 2 places. You'll see it in Schedule C 3.30, and you'll also see it in late file 1 supplemental attachment 4.
The 172?
The 172 is the expense that's coming off of the actuary statement. And what you'll see in Schedule C 3.30 is we then further adjust that for the expense to capital ratio. So it gets applied at the same factor that we do when we look at our labor expense. So we took the 172,000 and applied the expense ratio of 76.8%, which yields $132,000 pension expense. The $132,000 is what we are proposing in our late file one supplemental in the revenue requirement, which is a reduction from the initial application.
Okay. What about the employer contribution? How does this work into the rate proceeding?
The cash contribution,
Right.
we don't have that adjusted for in terms of the pension expense. We're just using the actuarial determined pension expense in our adjustment.
So for pension expense purposes, what you're looking for is now the 132,000 and change.
Correct.
And that is found on the C35, sorry, the C330.
Correct.
All right. Did they? Just- And there's no further request for pension expense in this application other than that amount?
That's correct.
Okay. With regards to the defined benefit post-retirement health care, have there been similar adjustments made based on the filings you did today with the supplement and then the
Yes.
supplement to late file one?
And that's presented on Schedule C 3.31,
31.
following the same methodology where we take the value from the actuarial report and we apply an expense ratio to that.
Okay, so so the actual amount is the three.
So the actual amount it's 466,000 from the actuary. We apply the 76.8% expense ratio, which yields an expense that's in the application in the late file one supplemental of $357,992.
Okay, that's where you started. When you applied, what's this? The 68. That's on 319. Is that right? So that's year 68 173. That's listed on Exhibit 319.
Yes.
Okay, so you back that out. Now I have a question. These schedules were not initially provided to the authority, right?
They were not in our initial application. We provided them as part of our late file one supplemental as a follow-up or follow-through with a request to provide the most recent pension and post-retiree medical actuarial information. So we provided those documents and then took those and filtered those through the revenue requirement. So previous to this providing that information, we had not adjusted for pension or post-retiree medical from what was reported in the test year.
Can you explain what you mean by that? You had not incorporated those?
We had not incorporated any changes to the test year for those two expenses.
Okay.
We did not do that until this round where we were submitting, we were asked to provide updated actuarial information. And so providing that information, we then use that to update the revenue requirement.
Okay, so in the initial application, you had not incorporated any adjustments for the
That's
pension?
correct.
So now you are?
Correct.
Can you just review for us what those differences are? For pension, you said it was the 132 and change?
So on Schedule C 3.30, we are proposing a pension expense of $132,000. If you compare that to what was in the test year, it results in a downward adjustment of $1.3 million. So that's a revision from our initial application to the late file one supplemental. On Schedule C 3.31, We are requesting recovery of $357,992. Previously, we had not adjusted for the test year value of $52,000. So that creates an upward adjustment of $305,635.
Can you go back to C 330, please? So can you explain how the adjustment is negative in the column G?
The test year included a pension expense value of 1.4 million, and the revised actuarial projection is an expense value of 132,000. So the correction or the revision from our initial application to now is a reduction of 1.3 million.
So 1.3 million down for
From-
rates. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
To customer rates,
Correct. We're taking 1.3 million out for this one particular line item related to the cost of service.
Sorry to thank you for the clarification, because as you know, these just came in at the last minute here. So we went through this. Now, if you would go to late file 26, can you explain to us the difference between what is called funding with funding relief and funding without funding relief? And I guess ASC 960 plan accounting.
I will attempt to explain it. I'm not an actuary, but the difference between funding with funding relief and funding without funding relief is that funding with funding relief was part of the PPA that was enacted several years ago.
What's PPA?
Pension Protection Act,
Okay.
which allows more time for companies to make payments and contributions to the pension plan. It allows you to make modified assumptions, and it extends the time in which you can account for plan losses. So it's kind of complicated, but you have to actuarially calculate, your liabilities and your funding levels in 4 different ways, which are outlined here for disclosure purposes.
Okay. For tax deductibility purposes, is it the case that the plan is greater than like a funded 80% threshold? Is that issue of 80% still valid for tax purposes? This is going back, but my understanding was that if you were more than 80% funded, you couldn't take the tax deduction. Is that the case, or?
I'm not 100% certain. I know if it was funded below 80%, you had to, a company would have to notify participants. You couldn't make lump sum payments. So there were certain restrictions that you were prohibited or were allowed to do as part of the plan. But I'm not certain with regards to tax, whether something's deductible or not. I believe it's the cash you contribute to the plan that is deductible, and then the change in your expense from year to year.
I think that probably clarifies that. Thank you. I already asked my question here on the post-retirement benefit, kind of combined with the other question I had. Now, getting into SERP, reference late file 29 SERP, and I guess this is going to exhibit work paper 3.19, number 2. Here it is. We have an amount of $13,746 for the Connecticut water portion that relates to employee salary exceeding the IRS limit. Is that correct?
Well, the total SERP cost recorded at Aquarion Water Company of Connecticut is $394,668. The $13,746 is attributable to expense related to a retiree.
Right, this is the one retiree who exceeds the IRS limit?
It's the interest component based on the value of their benefit because they're already collecting this benefit. So it's an ongoing expense related to that one retiree.
Now, regarding SERP, do we have a similar issue going on with supplemental one, late file one, having an additional tab associated with it? Because I didn't see any tabs associated with SERP either.
I don't believe that there's an issue. The company didn't make an adjustment for it, so there is not a separate tab, both in the initial application as well as the late file.
Okay, subject to check, I recall there was testimony from OCC that the 13,746 should be denied. How are we to find where that is incorporated?
So the 13,746 is, as you point out, on Schedule 319, page 2.
Yeah.
It's on row 26.
Right.
And if a determination was made to exclude that, it would be adjusted from the, removed from the unadjusted test year expenses. But the company has not made any adjustments for that, which is why there's not a separate schedule within the C schedules for it.
And what do you mean by that? You're not seeking recovery for it?
We are seeking recovery for it. It just hasn't been, there's been no separate adjustment or distinct adjustment that the company has identified related to it, which would pull it out of this bucket of unadjusted test year expenses and put it on its own separate schedule.
Oh, okay.
So I guess probably better to say, in the absence of a designated schedule, the costs on that list are included in a request for recovery because they are unadjusted.
Okay, so these would be adjusted with the inflation?
They're excluded from the inflation adjustment because you can see them in the far column on 3.19.
Okay, yes, you're correct. Okay, the other issue we had here was so just to clarify, based on the clarification here, the company proposal for SERP is the 13,746, or was there, you said there was a $300,000 figure?
What we were clarifying in late file 29 was there are two pieces to SERP-related costs that are within the revenue requirement. There's the 13,746, which we see in a distinct line on Schedule 3.19. It's in its own separate GL account. It's a distinct value recorded at AWC Connecticut. There's also a portion of the SERP that's allocated to Connecticut because it's a component of the management fee. And you can see on late file 29 that that's quantified at $380,922.
And that's the amount the company is seeking recovery from in total?
In total for SERP?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, okay, the 394. Okay, and where is this in the application as a specific line item?
It is a function of the allocated management fee. So just bear with me, I'm just looking to track down the schedule here. The management fee is also another new schedule that was in late file 1 supplemental. It's schedule C 3.28. And within that schedule, there's several different components of the management fee. These costs, in particular, the SERP costs that we were just referring to, are part of the payroll and benefits that are reported on line 10 of that schedule. Line 10 is payroll and benefits. It totals 125,000. There are offsetting amounts to the SERP within that 125,000.
This is it here. Payroll, okay, I see the 125,000. So how do you go from, what did you say, the 394,668 to the 125,000?
So if you went back to late file 29, the value that you'd be looking to quantify in there is it's actually the 416,000, because the other 13,000, as we mentioned, appears distinctly on its own. It's not part of the allocation. So the 416,000 would be benefit costs that are part of the management allocation that you see on Schedule C 3.28, line 10, which I recognize is a smaller number than that. And that is because within the test year, there were offsetting credits in that payroll and benefits line, I believe related to pension.
Accounting. Yeah, I mean, these are all kind of like accounting issues. I think what we want to know here in general is, under the hypothetical that the authority wanted to deny SERP allocated to Connecticut Water, I'm sorry, Aquarion Water of Connecticut, what is that amount?
Okay.
And where? And if you could break it down by both, what appears, there's two differences here. There's a defined benefit SERP portion and then the 401k portion.
And so just to clarify for the record, I want to make sure we're providing a revision to these identified materials based on the hypothetical if the authority were to not allow cost recovery for SERP. Is that correct, Ms. Soros?
That's what we're
Okay.
trying to pinpoint SERP in the record and what the exact amount is being proposed and where we find it, because, these were just filed momentarily today. They were not filed in the initial application. And we would like to be able to trace the amount. So.
What late file exhibit is this that we have pulled up right now?
I think maybe we can just have them supplement late file number 30. I had a little bit of, I'm sorry, the late file number 29 was the SERP, the FAS.
Actually, before we move along in terms of the, to the next topic, in terms of the SERP plan that Ms. Curtis was just talking about, and we were referring to late file 29. Again, I'd like to just highlight one point on late file 29 is that the majority of that expense is associated with prior service, prior officers that that serve the company. And again, from a rate making perspective, what we're trying to recover here is what the cost of service is. Now, this is a real legacy expense that we're continuing. That it's an outgoing cash flow because that obligation has been made, and we are seeking recovery of that. And again, this is for the expense of previous leadership within the organization that was committed to the utility, and we're trying to recover that as part of this proceeding. And again, that represents some more than 75% of the total SERP cost that we're seeking recovery here.
Okay, understood. So can we have that, the supplement that was discussed as supplemental late file exhibit 30, please? Or 29, I'm sorry.
Either one. I think 29 is getting into the whole thing when we had the 13,746. That's how we got into this.
Okay.
So I want to be sure that we get what we're looking for here in terms of, we want to be able to trace the 394,668 proposed SERP. I think that's in total. So that would include both the, if I'm correct, does that include both the defined benefit portion and the portion related to the 401k?
No, the 401k is separately reported on late file 30.
Okay.
And the employer match on the 401k related to the SERP is 26,613.
And where is that 26,613? I know there was a confusion there that in the response, the company had also included the employee contribution subject to check. In the OCC's recommendation, there was a recommendation to remove around $97,000 of SERP related to 401k. The company identified that a portion of that is actually employer contribution. Is that correct?
Right. We corrected that in the late file. We had initially incorrectly included the employee's portion of the contribution. Mm-hmm. So it's 26,000 is the employer. And that value is embedded in the total 401k expense that's on line 25 of Schedule 319-2.
Okay, the 1.425
Correct.
million.
Correct.
So it's and the rest of that is all employee contributions, is that, or non-SERP related?
Non-SERP related employer match contributions, yes.
Okay. All right, I think I'm all set there. That's what I kind of had. Well, can I confer with my colleague here for a minute?
Okay. Can you, I need the mic.
Yes, I think staff is set. Thank you.
Okay, very good. I'm not entirely clear where we left the late file exhibit
30
30 supplement. You
Okay.
need a supplement?
Pardon me.
We still need the supplement to late file exhibit 30 or?
Yeah, we definitely
Okay.
want that.
Okay,
You-
so, very good. So is the company clear on what the request was for the late file exhibit 30 supplement?
I would like the opportunity just to summarize to make sure.
Please.
Okay.
So there are, we'll walk through the three components of the SERP. We have the SERP 401K, 26,000. It's reflected on schedule 3.19 on row 25. So what I'll do for purposes of the supplement is I'll just break out row 25 into SERP and non-SERP. Does that work?
The 319, actually, no, we're looking for this number here, the 394, 6.
Okay.
6.
I thought you wanted all three components of the SERP. So we have the SERP 401K,
Right.
right? That's 26,000. And then we have the SERP, which is directly recorded on Aquarion of Connecticut's books, the 13,746,
Right.
which is reported separately in Schedule 3.19. And then we have the 300 or the 400, I can't see without my glasses on, 400 something thousand
416.
of SERP related costs that are included as part of the management allocation, which was on the new schedule 3.28.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
I think we're set.
All right, very good. And staff is complete with their cross
For the, yeah, I'm done for this.
for this panel.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Let's take a break. Let's break until 3:35 and we'll resume with OCC's cross for this panel, please.
I know it's a little more comfortable chair. You're moving around. Yep, there.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, before we resume, let me check on our read-ins and whether there are any other administrative matters. And it looks like I've got Attorney Sherry at the mic. So is there EOE administrative matter?
Thanks, Chair. We were just wanted to re-inquire about possibly having a box trial
Today. Okay, I think the company thinks they have 5 minutes maybe based on my inquiry this morning. Let me impose it to all council if, I guess I was gonna call it a motion on the table. I guess the suggestion on the table is after we complete the IT panel, is there an objection to moving the panel listed on page 12, which corresponds to Mr. Rothschild, moving that up for administrative efficiency?
We have no objection, and we think it'd be reasonable to allow him to be able to be excused today once he's done. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. If no one else wants or needs to be heard on that, sorry, I'm looking for you in the audience here, right here.
OCC has no objection to that either,
Okay.
Chairman.
Thank you. So we will take up that, Mr. Rothschild, after we complete this panel and excuse him at the end of the day. I similarly was going to raise, because I see you have a witness in the audience who is not on any other panels. And the staff have informed me that we actually have been able to sort out our questions on the merger synergies LFE. So if you'd like, I can pull the other parties to see if Mr. Horton can be excused.
Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, so I'm looking at the merger synergies. The only party that affirmatively had crossed was authority staff, which, as I noted, is likely waived. So if the parties, if the attorneys that are listed as reserve the right can consult and let us know if Mr. Horton can be excused. I'm not going to waive the panel if you have questions for other witnesses, but I'm looking for Mr. Horton.
OCC would have no questions for Mr. Horton.
Thank you. EOE.
Chair, I don't think our question, you have questions, but I don't think they are.
Mr. Horton. Okay, so let me do this. Mr. Horton, if I can impose on you to stay through the end of the day, we will do Mr. Rothschild's panel and then merger synergies, just to be on the safe side with EOE's questions, but we'll get you out of here today, one way or the other. Okay.
Thank you very much, Chairman, for the accommodation.
Thank you. Okay, so we had one last read-in that hasn't been addressed, but I can pick that up later today or tomorrow if that's better.
Thank you. We still haven't tracked that down. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. All right, let's resume cross for this panel. Attorney Wheel, please.
Thank you. I just have a few questions about late file 32, which pertains to the Office 365 licenses. The first question is, I recall there was some testimony during the hearing that the belief at that time was that there's a question about why the number of licenses seemed to exceed the number of positions, and the response at that time was the belief that it was because to allow for some employees to install the software on more than one device. Just wanted to clarify. I see here the response indicates that each user can have up to 5 devices per license, and then there's this additional explanation. It appears to be additional explanation for that, or a different answer to that same question. Is that accurate?
Yes, this corrects that statement.
Okay, thank you. It's my recollection during the hearing that I asked some questions about the pricing of the E3 and E5 Microsoft Office products. And I asked specifically whether the company was aware of other subscription options. I specifically asked, I believe, if the company would be surprised to learn that there appear to be business subscription options for as little as $6 a month. And my recollection was that the company was going to look into that and include that in response in this late file. So I guess my question now is, did the company look into whether Microsoft does offer less expensive subscriptions?
The versions that we got are integrating a lot of different components of Office 365. So when you purchase some license on a standalone basis, you're getting just the basic service requirements. But when you integrate it with Teams and SharePoint, those license requirements are more expensive.
Okay. And did you look into whether those other options do include, I guess, can you confirm that those cheaper options do not include Teams and SharePoint?
I can tomorrow give you a read-in of that's more detailed explanation of that. But
yeah, I mean, I'd appreciate that, and maybe specifically a read-in about the deficiencies for the business basic, business standard, and business premium options. In other words, why the company isn't able to purchase those packages rather than E3 and E5. And I'll ask this next question in case you can answer it now, but it might also be part of the same read-in. Is the company aware of whether that E5 package is currently available for $456 a year as opposed to the $648 a year that's in its application?
I can't speak to it right now, but I can give you an explanation.
Okay.
Tomorrow.
Chairman, just for the record, I'm up to read in why, and we're going to provide that as basically an update to late file 32 to respond to the questions that were just raised.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I think that's my last question for this panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Attorney Marshall. Thank you. Attorney Wright. Okay. Attorney Sherry. All right. All right, thank you. Questions from the bench, Commissioner Karen?
No questions here.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Okay, I just have a few. I'd like to turn to late file exhibit 35, please. Okay, Ms. Texer, if you have it, my question, my first question on this exhibit is, am I reading this correct that the company now in calendar year 2022 has 2 directors of business development?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Does it intend to maintain 2 directors of business development?
At this time, yes. One of them was related to the acquisition of NESC.
Okay.
So he came over into that role as a condition of employment.
Okay. Do they have similar scopes, similar salaries? Like, I'm looking for a distinction between the duplicative roles.
Yes, they have similar responsibilities.
Okay. Thank you. And then I just want to clarify the note that's on this late file exhibit. So it says, all others were moved from various departments to executive office, non-promotional movement. Does that also mean, does that note mean that there was no salary adjustments with any of these moves?
Correct.
Okay, with the exception of the new position. I mean.
Right, that would have been a starting salary.
Right, okay. All right, thank you. Okay, so I'd like to go to late file exhibit 34, please. I know there are 2 attachments and I have questions on both, but I'd like to start with attachment 1, please. And my first question is going to be on page 12 of that attachment, please. Okay. So I guess my question is, since I'm not familiar with all of your employees, I guess my question is the 24 members that are on here, are they employees of Aquarion, like AWC Connecticut, or are they AWC employees?
These are all Aquarion Water Company of Connecticut employees.
Okay. Let me ask a question slightly differently. Is 100% of the compensation packages for all of the 24 members listed here assigned to AWC Connecticut, or is some of the compensation assigned to other affiliates of AWC?
They're all employees and their payroll and benefits are included in Aquarion Water Company of Connecticut.
100% of it?
Unless they charge their time to other entities.
Okay, so for example, I see Mr. Morrissey on here. Clearly, he charges a portion of his time to another affiliate.
Correct.
Are you able to tell me which of the 24 employees charges some portion of their time to another affiliate? I don't need to know the percentage, just. Is that a read-in? Would you like to?
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you who I think, but some I know, others I'm not sure of, so I can do a read-in just to be 100% certain.
Very good, thank you. So I'll make that as read-in C, I believe. And again, I don't need the percentage unless you feel inclined to provide it. I'm just looking for any of the 24 that charge some percentage of their compensation to another entity, please. Okay. All right, sticking with attachment 1 here. If I can go to page 15 of that attachment, please. There's a reference in this email communication. It says, this is for AWC's annual partnership membership fee. It is separate from our corporate account dues to AWWA. Do you see that?
Yes.
doing. Okay, so just make sure I'm understanding this correctly. The corporate account referenced here, is that Aquarion? Is that Eversource? Is it?
I think this was,
This is the the partnership is a part of AWWA that identifies water treatment facilities are trying to meet a higher level of standard.
Sorry.
So every year, we have to you have to apply, submit years worth of data and be accepted into this partnership. It's water companies agree to abide at a higher level of treatment than's required. There's a processing cost to being part of that, but it's something we think it's important. So we have 4 treatment plants that currently qualify for this partnership. And this is the annual fee in order to be part of that partnership. And what that allows us is there's at AWWA, there's additional meetings, there's additional correspondence, additional sharing amongst the water systems at that level.
Thank you. So I'm hearing you describe as like a corporate responsibility initiative, or
Yeah, really it's AWWA identifying water companies, water systems that want to drive themselves to a higher level and perform at a higher level, and then share the information that they develop in developing that. And it's a range, there's private, public, there's quasi, all different types of systems that are part of that.
thank you. Thank you. That's helpful. The second part of that sentence there that refers to it being a corporate, separate from the corporate fee, is that what you mean by so that the reference to corporate there is not to AWC's
no,
corporate dues, it's just you're paying 2 sets of dues at the AWCCT level?
yes, it's an additional to the fees associated with the schedule that we just went through.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay. All right. Thank you. If we could turn to attachment 2 to late file exhibit 34, please. And the first question we have is on page 9 of that attachment, please. Okay. So my question is, the line is voluntary capital contribution of $200. Can you elaborate on what is meant by voluntary capital contribution, please?
Certain organizations will ask for contributions for capital improvements for their organizations, and it looks like we've contributed $200 towards that.
Okay. Can you speak to how the decision was made to contribute that voluntary amount, and specifically what the like how you arrived at the $200?
The director of corporate communications does have certain abilities for, spending limits. So he would have the authority to make a decision regarding a $200 donation.
Okay. Do you know where his authority taps out? Like, is it at a certain dollar amount?
Yes, we have that delineated. I can read it in just to make sure that I give you the right amount. But yes, we do have that delineated in our controls.
Okay. I'd appreciate that. And maybe we'll go to mark that read in AA. Just the delineation of any limitations that there are on the dollar amount or purpose or whatever your controls specify, please. Okay. All right, thank you. So my second question is, I just want to make sure I'm understanding the backup material that starts at, I think, page 12, which goes to the advanced CT. So there are a number of the membership statements in a row. So just want to make sure I understand this. These are quarterly statements. So it's 7,500 times 4 is the dues for the year.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Okay, and if we can go to late file exhibit, believe it was 18, please. And specifically, I'm looking at the attachment, the Excel attachment to late file exhibit 18. 16, sorry about that. Sorry. Okay. So on, it's labeled line number 6. I think it's row 12 in the Excel, whichever you're looking at. It says non-officers, 7 individuals. Can you provide any additional elaboration on what the titles of those 7 individuals are, and any information about them?
I believe I can. Let me just go to one other place here.
And Chairman, just a legal point while Ms. Szabo is providing that information. When the clients were preparing this late file and asked me for advice in terms of how we present the information, I directed them to follow the approach we take, I believe it's docket 080116, where we annually file executive compensation, where we list out publicly the top 5 officers as identified in the SEC filing. And then for others falling below that title, we just simply put it as a one line item aggregate. So
Okay.
that explains the legal methodology used here. But we'll have Ms. Szabo provide any information that she has on that aggregated line 6 that says 7 individuals, non-officers. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank
so
you.
I can read the 7 titles. So we
Yes.
have, Vice President Controller, Vice President Investor Relations, Senior Vice President Finance and Regulatory and Treasurer, Corporate Secretary and Deputy General Counsel, Vice President Internal Audit and Security, Senior Vice President and Chief Financial Officer, and Director of Taxes.
Thank you. And do you have any insight into how the decision is made as to the 12 individuals whose salary is put into the shared services allocation factor, or is it all? I think my question is, presumably Eversource has any number of officers or executives or employees at the parent level. I'm trying to understand how the decision was made to include these 12 into the bucket that is allocated down to AQUARION. Is that something that you're able to address?
I do not have insight into that. I do know that, we receive, for some services, direct cost allocated based on actual time charge that's excluded from this allocation, but I don't know the methodology or the theory behind where the level stopped.
Okay, thank you. Can you address whether the titles that are being included in the shared services allocation are different or how they compare to the titles of management that were baked into the management fee from the previous parent company?
I don't know that I have a good comparison, just because the two organizations are so different.
Okay. All right, thank you. So the percentages of the salary that are being allocated, I know, I think your testimony a moment ago is you couldn't speak to that methodology, but can you address whether the percentage here is of their total compensation or is it of their, no, I think we covered at the evidentiary hearings that only their base salary was being allocated, not incentives, correct?
That's correct. It's base salary.
Okay. Okay, I think I think those are my questions on for this panel. So, Attorney Pace, do you need a moment to consider redirect?
Yes, please. Can I have a chance to meet outside with my clients for just a few moments?
Sure. Okay, if we can go back on the record, Attorney Pace.
Thank you, Chairman, for the latitude to consult. I do have some very brief redirect examination.
Okay.
And I'm going to start first with Mr. Morrissey. Mr. Morrissey, do you recall the exchange we just had a few moments ago between the chairman and Ms. Zabo regarding late file 18, attachment 1?
Oh, yes, I do.
And do you recall that that late file exhibit identified a number of Eversource officers totaling 12 individuals and some non-officers who have a portion of their salary allocated to Aquarion? Do you recall that line of exchange?
Yes.
Do you further recall that the chairman inquired, what benefit or value does that management expertise provide to Aquarion? Do you recall that?
I do. Can
you please elaborate on the benefits provided by the time spent by these Eversource officers?
Certainly. As Ms. Zabo went into some detail in terms of each of the various titles of those individuals, I wanted to highlight just a few in terms of how we're tapping into their expertise and that resource. Functions such as investor relations, the chief financial officer. Aquarion does need to access capital. And how are we doing that? We're doing that through the Eversource entity. Places like internal audit, the director of internal audit charging time here. Again, that's supplanting the internal audit that we previously outsourced to KPMG during our prior regime. Previously, prior to Eversource's ownership, there was a board of directors of the entity that owned us, and they charged fees to us. So the services that we're receiving from this group of individuals are creating value, and we're tapping into that expertise. And I would submit that it's even more valuable because it's one step closer to the business that we're running and the familiarity that they have within the 3 jurisdictions that we're operating in. And of course, the other function, of course, is taxes. We mentioned, Ms. Abel mentioned the director of taxes there. Again, we're tapping into the benefit there. Aquarion is, we're getting that expertise in the income tax area and getting the benefit of that. And of course, my boss is Werner Schweiger, the chief operating officer, and I'm talking with him regularly in terms of benefiting from his counsel.
Mr. Morrissey, again, just to clarify for the record, prior to the change of control with Eversource in 2017, were there fees being charged by the former owner down to Aquarion?
Yes, there was.
For similar types of services, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Morrissey, I have one additional question. Do you recall earlier on this panel, Ms. Zabo and others received a number of questions regarding the company's fluctuation in pension expense?
Yes, I do.
And was it your interpretation of the exchange that the pension expense has fluctuated substantially during the time period being discussed during cross-examination today?
Yes, it has significantly.
As the authority, evaluates the record evidence and it looks at evidence involving fluctuation in pension, is there any potential next step or recourse we'd ask the authority to think about it as it evaluates the record evidence on the fluctuation in pension expense?
Yes, I think one possible alternative would be to put in place a tracker of that expense. Again, I think in the course of this proceeding, you've seen, 3 separate, 3 numbers being utilized in terms of what our pension expense is, from a significant expense of north of $1.4 million to 6 months later. In June, when that was redone, we saw a significant credit, and then more recently, updated just 3 months subsequent to that, we see a slight expense of a little north of $100,000. And, you know, what's driving that? Clearly, there's volatility in terms of the assets that are in the plan that's earning a return that becomes an important part of the benefit expense, that pension expense, you know, the value of that, as well as the volatility in the interest rates over time. So we see as an alternative the possibility of introducing a tracker to help ameliorate that, and in that way, all parties benefit.
Thank you. That concludes my redirect examination of this panel.
Thank you. Thank you to the panel. We are going to now turn to the EOE panel listed on page 12. So I'd ask EOE to approach and I think Attorney Wheel mentioned that you no longer had questions for Mr. Rothschild. Or is that okay? So Attorney Pace, that means that you're first up. Okay, Attorney Sherry, if you'd, I'd remind the witness he's under oath, and if you want to have Mr. Rothschild adopt his late file exhibit.
Thank you, Chair.
Just make sure.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Rothschild, as the Chair just said, you were sworn in previously, and we have some late file exhibits on your behalf. Did you sponsor late file exhibits 77 through 80?
Yes, I did.
Might want to move a mic closer to you.
Yes, I did.
Thank you. Do you have any corrections at this time to those late file exhibits?
I do not.
Thank you. Do you adopt these late file exhibits 77 through 80 as your sworn testimony under oath?
I do.
Thank you, Chair. I'd request the late files be fully accepted into the record this morning.
So accepted. So we'll turn to cross first from the company, please. Attorney Pace.
Thank you. Good afternoon,
Good
Mr.
afternoon.
Rothschild. I'd like you please to first refer to late file number 78. Let me know when you have that in front of you. Would you agree that in the information you provided in late file 78, you concluded that the cost of equity will increase when stock prices decrease? Is that a true statement?
Not in general, no.
Okay. If I could refer you to,
Oh, sorry, excuse me, you said, yes, when stock prices decrease, the cost of equity in general would increase.
okay, let's just try that one more time. I'd just like to make sure we have it clear
Sure.
in the record. Would you agree that on late file 78, right below table 1, you have a statement that says, and I quote, "All else equal, the cost of equity will increase when stock prices decrease." Is that a true statement?
Yes.
And would you agree the sentence goes on to say, "And the cost of equity will decrease when stock prices increase"?
Yes.
Okay, so that there's an inverse relationship. Is that true?
Yes.
Would you also agree that the results you present on late file 78 demonstrated that when stock prices were increasing by 10% in one of your DCF results, instead of having an increase, you had a decrease in the ROE? Is that a true statement?
Which case are you referring to?
I'm referring to in the second full paragraph. It states that when stock prices were increased by 10%, one of the DCF results increased from 7.71 to 7.75 instead of decreasing.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to next move on to late file 79, and please let me know when you have that late file. Okay. And just to establish for the record, is it true that you prepared the study that's being referenced in late file 79?
Yes, that's true.
Has that study been peer reviewed by any independent sources?
No, just it's been presented in testimony in the past, been subject to cross-examination. It has not, yes.
Is it true that the study was performed for the RCF electric group? Is that correct?
That's correct.
And is that study group different than the LEAPS electric group you used in your pre-file testimony?
I believe it's the same. I didn't check right before, but I believe it's the same 12 companies. Yeah.
And did you rely upon the RCF electric group that appears in late file 79 in making your recommendation for ROE in this case?
I did not.
Isn't it true you relied upon the RFC water proxy group in developing your ROE recommendations?
That's true.
Is it also true there are no companies in the study you reference in late file 79 that appear in the RFC water proxy group?
That's true.
Thank you. Staying with that late file 79, but also referring to the other 3 late files you submitted, is it true that, to the best of your knowledge, no other cost of capital expert in the country uses your approach of option implied betas?
In the context of utility proceedings, I have not seen anyone else. No.
And except for the state of South Carolina, are you aware of any other public utility commission that has used the option implied beta approach that you set forth in your late file exhibits and also in the pre-file testimony?
It's also been used in California.
For setting an ROE for a regulated water utility?
Recently in the decision in California, they considered an average of all of the interveners, and that included my results that were based on option implied betas.
Okay, thank you. That concludes my cross-examination. I have nothing further. Mr. Rothschild.
Thank you. Attorney Wright. Attorney Wheel. Okay, very good.
Attorney Mr. Rothschild.
Good afternoon.
Just a couple of follow-up questions specifically about late file 79. This study, correct me if I'm wrong, but it looks like the basis of this study is a tracking or a collection of data that's just showing options data and these historical betas data all together on a graph. Is that an accurate description?
Yes.
Okay. And where do you know where you obtained that data when you performed this study?
The data in this study was one for option prices that are available from many different sources. We get, or I get these sources from a source called Delta Neutral. And in terms of the stock price data, we get it from, it's called end of day, but it's also ties to all the major sources, Yahoo Finance, so forth.
Okay. And in your experience, are these data points generally points of dispute between experts, or is there kind of general consensus on, yes, the option price on that day was that price?
Yeah, the option, generally, yeah, there's no dispute on the option prices. There's always a process of checking and rechecking that my sources do, but yeah, generally, there's no debate about that.
Okay, thank you. And are you, was the purpose of offering this late file exhibit, are you presenting this late file exhibit as, are you presenting this late file exhibit to demonstrate that this is a proxy group that should be used in determining the recommended ROE in this case?
No.
Okay, so it seems to me that, correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems to me that the reason that, well, I'm the one who asked for the late file exhibit, but it seems to me that the relevance of this late file exhibit, as you intended, is to just to show some data that supports the notion of the reliability of options data when measuring volatility in the market. Is that an accurate description?
Yes, I was just very pleasantly surprised about how much the option implied betas were a direct forward measure of what historical betas eventually became. Historical betas and option implied betas jumped up during the initial turmoil of the financial of COVID, and then the option implied betas declined, and then right along, like almost like just like a waterfall, the 6 month and the 1 year, then the 1 1/4, all followed along. And I thought that was a good study to see because it's specific for utility companies and also a direct measure of my methodology and how the option implied betas are a forward measure of historical betas.
Yeah, I was going to ask a couple. When I look at this graph, I see 4 things. And I'm hoping you can kind of just confirm that I'm understanding what I'm seeing. The first thing that I notice is it looks like the option implied betas show kind of a smoother volatility rate over time than the historical betas, at least over the time measured in this graph. Is that an accurate way to be looking at it?
Yeah, it is a bit smoother. It doesn't have such a dramatic fall that each of the historical betas have. They have a more gradual decline than as opposed to those big drops. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it also looks like there's also a less extraordinary rise around the time of the pandemic. Although there is a jump, it looks like it's about 3 times smaller relative to the size of the jump that the historical betas took. Am I looking at that correctly?
Yes, it's a less of a jump. It moves up with them, but it only, the option implied betas only go up from about 0.75 to a little over 0.9, whereas the historical betas jump from about 0.6, let's say, to up to about, depending on which one, over 1. So yeah, the historicals jump up quite a bit more in a very short time.
Thanks. And the second thing I was going to ask to confirm is it looks like the proxy, the options beta remains less volatile than the overall market because it stays under 1, whereas all the historical betas, or most of the historical betas, it's hard to tell with this graph, but it looks like most of them trend over that 1.0 mark. So that's what that means, right? The 1.0 is equal volatility to the overall market?
Yes, but I think with the options indicators that investors didn't believe that to be a measure of the risk anymore. Those were still being impacted by the turmoil from the pandemic. And clearly options said, no, investors price the options. They don't believe that's a reflection of the current risk.
Okay. The third thing that I'm noticing is that the option implied beta starts out prior to the pandemic at a much higher level of volatility, comparatively, than the historical betas. Can you explain why? Do you have any idea why that is?
I don't know exactly why it was. That's when I initially started using this methodology. I was getting was using it in 2018. I was getting a higher beta than were being used by the company witnesses in the case. But I wanted to use them because I felt an accurate measure of forward risk. And I don't at that time. I don't know exactly why it was higher, but it was. And I use it because I think it's an accurate reflection of what investors, what their expectations of risk were.
Yeah, and the fourth thing I noticed, which I think you covered before, is that all the historical betas over time have gradually settled down to be much closer in line with the path that the option implied beta has been more or less on over most of this graph, including actually roughly including that point before the pandemic. Am I reading that correctly? Meaning before the pandemic, it looks like the option implied beta was somewhere between 8 and 9. It went up, it has gone down, but comparative to the fluctuation of the historical betas, it's closer compared to where the historical betas were prior to the pandemic to where they are now. That's a much greater difference than the difference between the option implied betas prior to the pandemic and the option implied beta now. Is that correct?
Yeah, I would say that they were in the historicals are in the 0.5 to 0.6, and now many of them are in the 0.8 range. The 5-year is still up around 0.8 as well, whereas the option implied have gone down from a little over 0.8 to now 0.65 to 7. Yeah, so less of a change.
Okay. All right, thank you. That's my last question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Confirming authority staff does not have any questions for this panel. All set. Okay. Other questions from the bench? Commissioner Karen?
No.
Thanks. Set. I do not have any questions. Thank you. So Attorney Sherry or Attorney Alexander, do you need a moment to consider redirect?
Yes, please, Chair.
Okay, thank you. We'll take a brief recess.
Thanks.
Bless you. Okay, Attorney Alexander.
Thank you. Mr. Rothschild, with regard to LFE 78, you were asked about one instance in which DCF results increased when stock prices increased by 10%. Can you explain why that would have happened?
My model, the B times R model, which is also one that's used, I know, by JP Morgan Chase in their annual report, long-term market assumptions. It accounts, the reason why that happened is it accounts for the growth that occurs from the sale of new common stock. And because the market to book ratios of water companies are so high, they're averaging at about 3. When they issue new common stock, it's a growth opportunity. So when stock prices move such that the dividend yield decreases when the stock price increases, that actually impacts the retention rate and impacts that term that leads to a greater growth. So the model is working as it should in terms of accounting for that.
And if your model did not take the new growth into account, what would the result be?
My result would be lower in this case and in all cases, because that term that some rate of return witnesses don't account for, it would lead to a lower number. So in having that in all cases, it leads to a higher result.
All right, thank you. We have no further redirect.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Mr. Rothschild. You are excused.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So apologies for jumping around a little bit, but we are going to backtrack to the merger synergies panel, which is reflected on page 6. So I'll invite the witnesses up for the company. And Mr. Vacalina does not have cross. So we are, Attorney Marshall, are you going to have cross for this panel? The merger synergies panel. Thank you very much. Then Attorney Datras or Attorney Wheel, any cross for the merger synergies panel? Okay, thank you. Attorney Wright? No. Okay, then Mr. Parent and the EOE folks, I would invite you to the cross table, please. And then, all right, and Mr. Horton, I'll remind us under oath, and Attorney Pace, is there anything that Mr. Horton needs to adopt?
Yes, Chair.
All right.
Mr. Horton, in connection with this proceeding, did you co-sponsor any late file exhibits?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any corrections at this time?
I don't have any corrections. I do have some supplemental information to add in response to the late file 418. Just to elaborate on the question that was asked in regards to the financing of the acquisition. The answer itself is certainly accurate, but just to provide some additional color, as it says, the parent, Eversource, utilized capital resources to purchase the operating company, the AQUARION entity at the time of the acquisition. But the question, the late filed Exhibit 418 was referencing an investment banking analysis that was conducted at the time to inform the valuation range for that acquisition. And that valuation performed by Evercore made several assumptions in reaching that valuation estimate, including expected earnings, the cadence of rate cases, as well as the sources and uses of cash. Those sources and uses in the Evercore evaluation included an expected divestiture of the PS&H generation fleet for $470 million, and also assumed a debt financing of $445 million at 4%. And just to point out that neither of those things happened or aligned with the closing of the acquisition. That was an evaluation to determine, again, a range of estimates for what Eversource would be expected to acquire the company for, to value the company in purchasing it. But in fact, the divestiture didn't close until 6 months after the transaction, and there wasn't a $445 million debt issuance at the parent to align with the acquisition. There was Eversource parent company had issued debt of around $900 million approximately 6 weeks prior to the closing of the transaction, which was used for other purposes, including paying down short-term debt, such that when it came time to close the transaction, the parent company then used its available capital resources, which would have included short-term debt, as well as funds from operations. So all that is to say that the actual funding of the transaction to purchase the equity investment in the AQUARION operating companies was not what was depicted or reflected in that Evercore analysis. They were for different purposes, and just wanted to elaborate on that.
And Mr. Horton, with that update, do you adopt those materials as your sworn testimony under oath?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Then we will turn to cross from Mr. Parent, please.
Hello, Chris Parent, Office of Education, Outreach and Enforcement. My question is actually really just tied to late file Exhibit 1. And specifically, it's the Exhibit C313. When I was reviewing the late file that was filed, I noticed that there was some amounts that were reflected as changes. It looks as though outside or other outside services was a change. And if I'm not mistaken, it looks like the Massachusetts amount was added as a reduction. When I was comparing that to one of the responses that was made to EOE 47, I was expecting an additional reduction, I'm going to say, of approximately 64,000 because of other changes. The number changes a little bit, tied to the non-regulated component of the mass formula. Can you explain why I don't see that? Did I misunderstand the response to EOE 47, or was that an oversight?
Let me just take a minute to look back at EOE 47.
Sure.
You can't get that. You just. I would say your recollection of EOE 47 is accurate. And as a result, Schedule C 3.13 should have also included an adjustment for that amount, and it was not reflected here.
Okay, so follow-up question. When I was also looking at RRU 413 supplement attachment 1, if I'm looking at that one correctly, it also looks like the base amount, which was, if I'm looking at the C313, it shows it as 5,316,521. It looks as though that number as well does not agree to the response to RRU 413 supplement attachment 1, excuse me. Did I misunderstand that interrogatory response as well, or is that another item that the company should be updating?
I'm just navigating to 413 right now and just want to take a read through that.
Understood.
So in RRU 413, that's where we were making an adjustment for certain outside service costs related to Price Waterhouse that we had determined were.
Exit in 10 seconds. Security has been alerted.
Okay, I'm so sorry. It will take, let's just recess for a second.
Exit now. Exit now. Exit now. Exit now. Exit now.
I think you have to have the.
Exit now. Exit now.
Thank you.
That's all. Sorry.
All right, apologies. I think Ms. Sabo is trying to answer the question, right?
Yes. So the response to 413 was addressing an overstatement of outside services that were included in the initial application, where at that point we were looking for recovery of 5.7 million of merger costs. So the Schedule 3.13, which is in the late file 1 supplemental, reflects the reduction of those costs, looking for, we're adjusting the total merger cost to 5.3 million.
So am I mistaken when I'm looking at the attachment 1, it shows it's 5.3 million, but it's 5314657. C3.13 is 5316521. So it looks like it's a couple $1,000s off, and I wasn't sure if there's a change since RRU 413 supplemental 1, or if it should have reflected that.
I don't know, just looking quickly at them, but it's certainly something that I can reconcile through a read-in.
Okay, that's actually all I had. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So I think that's read-in.
I think it's double B, Chairman.
BP, thank you. Okay. All right. Questions from the bench, Commissioner Karen?
No, thank you.
Thank
Thank you, Paige.
Thank you. I the wrong panel here. I also don't have questions for this panel. So Attorney Pace, do you need a moment to consider redirect? Of course.
Just a brief moment to actually approach them. Thank you.
For today. A couple hours. We did 1, 2, 3. We're just about wrapped up here. And we did those two. So we did half of the panels today.
Chairman, thank you for the chance to consult. And the good news is I have no redirect examination for this panel.
Very good. In that case, Mr. Horton, you're excused. Thank you very much. So we are actually going to stop here for today, since I have a couple of administrative items to cover, and make sure that we're all on the same page for tomorrow's hearing. So tomorrow, I think we have, we have 11 panels total for this hearing, and by my notes, we've covered 6 of them. So we'll do the remaining 5 tomorrow. And the first panel that would like to go back to number 4 on operational efficiencies. I know that everyone on that panel has reserved the right, and we will I will still check with the parties, but I know that I have questions for that panel, so they're going to pick up there. And then we'll proceed in order. And based on the cross estimates that were provided, it looks like we should have no problem finishing tomorrow. So for housekeeping matters, I do have 1, 2, 3, 4. I have 5 read-ins that, by my notes, have not been addressed. I will start there tomorrow, and if we're not able to address any of those 5 at that time, I think we'll turn them into supplements to the late files. So far, I'm tracking, I think, 4 separate late files that we've agreed to supplements to. 1 for 19, 24, and 30. And tomorrow, I would like to cover 2 additional matters before we conclude. The first is like the company's position on when the late file exhibit supplements could be completed or turned in, please. And then the second item is where we started today, which was motion 38, which is requesting an additional hearing day in January to address interrogatories. So due to the time sensitivity associated with that, we'll take up oral, I don't want to call them arguments, oral argument on that motion. So if any attorney wishes to be heard on that motion, we won't be rolling from the bench, but I would like to hear the arguments rather than wait 7 days to receive something in writing. So if any attorney wishes to be heard on that, I'd ask that you be prepared, as I will take that motion up before we adjourn tomorrow. And at that time, we'll be looking for any outstanding administrative matters, because that will be the conclusion of our late file exhibit hearings. And is there anything else that folks want to raise to our attention before tomorrow? Okay. In that case, we will adjourn. I am going to still caution that we'd like you to do a 30-minute lunch break tomorrow, just to be on the safe side, to make sure that we can in fact get through everything tomorrow. And a reminder that we start at 10 a.m. So thank you, and we'll see everyone in the morning.
Very nice. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks. We have fun putting it together. Thank you very much.
Come back in the morning. Apparently.